You're alive. All right. Welcome to GROGTALK Special Edition. Yeah. Okay, that's as enthusiastic as I'm getting this morning.
We'll see how special it is when it's
That's
all
right.
done.
We'll see how special. I'm James.
I'm Dan.
And so this is part of Greyhawk Con 2020 virtual. This is our contribution to this great event, keeping tabletop, old school gaming going in the world of a pandemic. So today we have a special adventure, and we have a group of daring adventurers who are going to traverse and hopefully survive the challenges we have before them. So piloting this ship will be Dan and myself, and I'm going to have the members of the Tomb Raiders, this daring group, introduce themselves. Starting to my left is Dandy Tallfellow. Dandy, why don't you introduce yourself?
I'm Bill Crook. I'm from Longmont, Colorado. I'm playing Dandy Tallfellow, a halfling fighter thief.
Thank you, sir, and welcome to the event. So Colorado, he's 2 hours before, so this is nice and early for him. So thank you for that. Next, we have Eslian, the Studious. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Good morning, all. My name's Brian Larch. I'm in West Virginia. I'm playing Eslian the Studious, a 4th level half-elf cleric.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. And moving down, we have Mildred the Mad. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Martin from Sweden, and I'm playing Mildred, the human magic user of 5th level, known as Mildred the Mad.
Okay. And with last but not least, we have the voice of Pugsley, the leader, the Sly. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name's Craig. I'm in Fairbanks, Alaska, and I'm playing Pugsley the Sly, a level 5 thief, dwarf thief.
Yes. So if Bill thought he was tired, I'll see you're tired and raise it by 20. So you gentlemen get the gold star for participating. So thanks so much for coming on. And we have a lot of folks saying hi in the chat. Craig saying hi to Brian because he ran a couple of games with him. So Dan, I think we are ready to start. We will be playing it's 9 o'clock exactly. We will be playing for 4 hours or until Craig or Billy pass out. That's the plan. So.
Or the total
Or
party.
the total party kill, yeah. Just text us, I'm tired, I'd like to go to bed, please kill my character, and we'll be happy to.
I gotta go to work after this.
Oh, wow. Okay, awesome. So, Dan, we're ready to start.
All right, and I'd just like to note how happy I am that this GROGTALK episode we're out of the abyss.
That's right.
It's the only reason I agreed to do this, so we could go to Greyhawk for at least one episode.
It's like a furlough.
All right.
It's a furlough.
Furloughed. Okay, so this adventure is Jennell Jaquays' Tomb of Aethering, the Damned, modified to take place in Greyhawk, since this is, of course, Greyhawk Con. So, gentlemen, the year is Common Year 576. The place is the world of Greyhawk. 5 years ago, at an estate sale in the city, Pugsley the Sly came across an intriguing map tucked away in a collection of otherwise boring papers. The estate's executor told Pugsley that the collection had belonged to the decedent's great-great-great-grandfather. The papers, along with the map, had apparently been handed down from generation to generation. Now, Pugsley, you were intrigued by the map because your emerging specialty at the time was tomb raiding, and you had assembled a group of like-minded adventurers to plunder tombs in and around the city of Greyhawk, a group aptly named Pugsley and the Tomb Raiders. So after being caught trying to pinch the map, you bought the entire collection of papers for the price of 1 silver piece, and were then promptly kicked off the premises. And I believe we will be able to show you a copy of that map when James puts it up. So let me know when you're ready, James, to show the famous map.
Oh, the famous map. Yes, the map of, let's see. There you go.
That, Pugsley, is the map that intrigued you. You didn't know anything about that map, but it did strike your interest, so you bought all of these papers. But you stored this map away. You'd never heard of anyone called Vlexed or Stonefist. And while you had heard of the jutting peaks, which was referenced on the maps, it was your understanding they were far, far away to the north. And at the time, you didn't have any money to investigate the map's background or to travel a great distance. You and your fellow adventurers were just getting started in the business of tomb raiding. 5 years pass. During that time, you and your group plundered numerous tombs and became fairly wealthy. In fact, you recently plundered the tomb of a former clerical leader of the city of Greyhawk, during which adventure, as always, the magic user didn't survive. The good news, however, is that this raid brought you considerable wealth. The bad news is it has greatly angered the current Lord Mayor of the city of Greyhawk, who has vowed to find the culprits as soon as possible. So you've decided that now would probably be a good time to get away from the city for a while, and since you now have the money to travel and hire sages, and recalling that map that you bought 5 years ago, you've dusted it off, found a new magic user named Mildred, and hired a sage to tell you about the map. And this is what the sage tells you. Stonefist, then Vlexed, founded the hold of Stonefist in the north in approximately 430 common year. He had been cast out of his homeland for banditry and lying, but a small number of warriors and their families followed him as a leader. He settled in an area inhabited by the Colton's Fidelity. He tricked them into negotiation, and these negotiators and their escorting forces were slaughtered, and the remainder of the Colton's host routed by surprise and ferocity, and Vlek settled down to rule the whole territory. As Vlek's infamy spread, he took the name Stonefist, implying both a terrible foe and an inflexible ruler. He married a beautiful woman named Anazia. They had one child together, a son named Alistar. Anazia, however, died very young while traveling with Stonefist, and their son Alistar later disappeared when he was just coming into adulthood. Stonefist then took 219 wives and had 351 male children. As he grew into middle age, he had his servants build a tomb in preparation for his death. He wished to be remembered, but not to have his body disturbed. And he also did not wish to pass on certain portions of his legacy. So the tomb was built in a hidden location. He died, rumor has it, by contracting a horrible, rotting disease. He was then entombed, along with many of his belongings. After his death and entombment, his heirs fought for power, and any who had knowledge of the tomb's location perished, except one. Stonefist had slain all the servants who helped build the tomb, and knowledge of its location was limited to a few trusted advisors who buried Stonefist and his belongings in the tomb. Those advisors perished in the war without ever disclosing its location. But one servant who helped build the tomb was rumored to have copied a portion of the plans and disappeared with it during the tomb's building. Stonefist and others for a time after his death searched for this servant, but to no avail. He and his map had vanished. Until now. This, gentlemen, appears to be the map he made. The jutting peaks are two mountains in the Griff mountain chain, overlooking a great lake, south of Lekstad, the capital of the hold of Stonefist. You can surely find a guide there to take you to the jutting peaks, But I warn you, and this is free of charge extra advice, I would not let on what you are seeking, as you would gain the interest of the master of the hold, his most grim and terrible might, and a descendant of Stonefist. That'll be 100 gold pieces, please. 100 gold pieces, thank you. That was very good information, I believe.
I have one.
Are you not? Okay. You pay the sage, and you make your way north to Vlekstad, where you hire an expert guide who shows you an old path up the mountain that followed a riverbed which is now dry. This path comes to an end before an enormous lake. The jutting peaks are on the far side. Your guide departs, telling you he's been warned to stay away from this area. When you reach the other side of the lake, you find yourself looking up a rock wall with an enormous waterfall flowing from about 30 feet above, and the water making its way down to your left, then descending into this enormous lake in the mountains. The waterfall and the pool below makes everyone except Mildred and Dandy a bit nervous, because only Mildred knows how to swim, having been forced to take swimming lessons as a child by her parents, and Dandy having been gifted a ring of swimming after his uncle Bafo drowned in a freak boating accident. Gentlemen, what do you do? And ladies, my apologies, Mildred. You're a little disheveled there. Hard to tell sometimes.
That's quite all right. So who wants to go in first?
And my apologies to Esley too.
I'll put the genders next time.
Thank you. Yes, it gets confusing at times. You know, back then.
Is there anyone who's actually going to have trouble at this spot, or are we just trying to be extra careful?
Are you asking me?
No, just the group.
But my understanding is we need to climb the wall and get behind the waterfall.
You don't know. So you had been directed to the jutting peaks, right? So if you look at the map, you know that the map says somewhere near the tomb is hidden somewhere near the jutting peaks, and so you're standing in front of the jutting peaks, and you just see the only thing of note that you see is this waterfall flowing. That is all you know about trying to find this tomb.
What is the waterfall flowing into? Is it some sort of pond or such?
Yeah, so the waterfall flows down into a tributary, and the tributary pretty quickly you can see then enters this enormous lake. So there's an enormous lake in the Griff Mountains, south of Vlekstad, the capital, and it runs into that. It joins this tributary, the Zumka River. It joins this tributary and flows down into this lake.
Is there a way we can get up and look behind the waterfall?
Okay. Yes, who's that? Sorry, what character is that speaking?
I'm Dandy.
Dandy, yes, Dandy. So Dandy, yeah, absolutely. So when you inspect near the waterfall area, you notice pretty quickly that there is a very narrow kind of ridge that goes up and seems to go up behind the waterfall. It is probably, you would estimate, it is about 3 feet wide. It is fairly steep. No, I'd probably say like at about a 45-degree angle. And it does look slippery because you've got water that is splashing from the waterfall and running down it.
I wave the group.
Looks like the right way, but also sort of dangerous. Just one question: if one were to fall down into the tributary, you would be swept away instantly, or how's the flow in the river?
So there's a little bit. So the flow is not bad. So, and actually, when if it goes down in like a little pool, and then there's a little tributary. So if you fell down, you would fall down into this pool of water. It wouldn't be great, but it doesn't strike you as deadly, and you wouldn't be swept away.
Estlin suggests that the dwarf first take a rope, climb up the slope, secure the rope, and lower it down, and then followed by Dandy, so that the rest of us can use the rope as a guide up this slope.
That seems reasonable.
I
Okay.
agree with Aslian.
Yeah,
And-
I'll try climbing up there.
Okay.
Do we have enough rope? I got 25 feet. How much do we think we might need? I mean, I have 50 feet.
A 50.
I also have 50 feet.
Yeah, 50. Yeah, so certainly if you would know that if you tied the 50 and the 50 together, it'd be no problem at all, because the waterfall is about 30 feet high, and obviously it's a little bit longer because it's going up the side, but 100 feet is probably like about 70 feet or so. That would do it.
Okay.
Okay, so it
Tie
was,
the ropes together.
okay, and that was Pugsley, right?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so Pugsley, you tie the ropes together, and tell me what you do.
I'll start trying to climb up there, and when I get up there, try and find a place to secure the rope.
Okay, and so tell me how are you ascending? You're walking on up there?
As long as I can, look for handholds if it starts getting steeper or slippery.
Oh, right, and you of course are a thief. So
Yeah.
this is similar to climbing walls, and it's fairly rough. So just about halfway up, give me a roll. I'll let you. It's your life, and I don't know why I said that, since I already announced you probably wouldn't die, but who knows. It's your life, so feel free to give me a climb walls roll, please. It looks like you got 80%, so roll percentile. Let me know.
Okay.
And as you're getting ready to roll, I'll just describe what you experience. You're heading up there, and you can tell it's kind of slippery. Your feet are sliding a little bit. As you're getting closer to the waterfall, more spray is starting to come at you. It's getting a little bit hard to see as you were going up.
Okay. I rolled a 65.
Oh, okay. So Pugsley, there's a couple times where your left foot kind of slides off to the side, and you can hear down below you the Tomb Raiders all go, ooh, and you put your foot back on, and they go, ah. This happens a couple of times. And
Just for dramatic effect.
That's right. You meant to do that.
Exactly.
Make them appreciate you more. But well played, Pugsley. So gentlemen and ladies, down below, you sort of see Pugsley sort of kind of disappears up above. But you don't see anyone falling. So you sense he's probably up there. And Pugsley, yeah, you've made it up there. And let me tell you what you see when you get up there. So when you arrive, you find yourself in a little, like about a 10-foot by 10-foot area, little opening behind the waterfall, carved rock, very, a lot of water splashing. It's really noisy in there because the echo from the waterfall's thundering throughout this little room, and you notice.
Sorry.
Wait, that sounds exactly like the water in the last adventure we did. Can you mix it up a
No,
little?
that's all you get.
That was ocean water.
That's right.
So Pugsley, you would notice two large stone doors right at the far part of this room, and that's all you notice.
So there's not really anything immediately noticeable that I could tie a rope off to. Doesn't seem
Okay.
like.
So give me a roll on a d20. Let's have a higher roll, be better.
I rolled a 20.
Pugsley, You find based upon your looking all around, you find the most amazing rock that's coming out of the ground, which is just screaming, "Tie a rope around me."
Well, I better do as it's asking and tie the rope around it.
That's right. It's not going to wait forever. Okay, you've done that, Pugsley. So yes, you've tied it, and you feel pretty confident that that is a pretty secure attachment.
Okay, I'll tie it off and throw the rest back down the trail for these guys to come up.
Okay, give me tell me. So you're throwing it down. Give me a roll on a d20. We'll say so lower's better because I'm going to base it off of your deck. So you're tossing this thing down now.
Okay, 11.
Not bad. 17. So okay. So you see, just all of a sudden you see, ladies and gentlemen, down below, you see out of kind of this, this waterfall area, all of a sudden you just see hurtling through the air. You're not sure if it's a creature, some monster, but as it's getting closer, it appears to be a rope. And it lands on the path and kind of slides down, and it's about 20 feet away from you.
Once it stops, I'll say, "Look out below."
Okay. Yeah, so you all duck, and then when you look, you see a rope which has sort of landed about 20 feet because there's a little bit of hanging over the side. It wasn't an amazing throw. So there it sits, 20 feet up.
I climb up towards the rope.
Okay, who is that?
That's Dandy.
Dandy. Oh, Dandy, you are a thief too. All right. Dandy, give me a percentile roll. And I know it's only 20 feet, so that's not far. I will take that into account. Give me a percentile roll.
13.
Oh, Dandy springs up and has the rope.
I climb the rest of the way holding the rope.
Okay. Dandy, that is not a problem. You are up because you're a thief. You've got the rope. No problem.
Before you get all the way up, is there some way to wriggle around the rope so it'll be less high up for us, for the rest of us to get up to it?
I fix the rope behind me.
Is that
Okay.
possible?
Yeah, give me a sure. Just give me a dex check. So D20.
Is that me?
7. I'm sorry.
Is that Dandy?
Yeah. So Dandy, please roll a D20 for me. Lower's
13.
better. 30. Yes, you got it. So Dandy hurls it down, and basically it just lands right on top of you, Mildred. So yeah. So you've got the rope all the way down now.
I start to climb right after Dandy.
Okay, that's Mildred.
Yes, that's Mildred.
Got it. All right, Mildred. Just if you could give me, you're not a thief, so if you could give me a dex check, please, D20. You're looking for low.
I got a 9. Let me check.
Yeah, you're 50. Oh yeah, you're 15. You're good. All right, Mildred, you make it up. So it's a little bit tight and slippery. Some oohs and ahs, or I guess there's only one person below now. Some ooh and ah, and you are up.
All right, Estlin would bring up the rear.
Okay, all right, Estlin, you know the drill.
All right,
Dex check.
11.
Okay, so Estlin is definitely a close call, right? There's a point in time Estlin is hanging over, and she's like, I got it. And she's dangling over, and it's rough. But okay, so ladies, gentlemen, you are all up in this 10-foot area. Very loud, so you notice immediately, when you start talking to each other, it's like, what did you say? I can't hear you. But what you see is an alcove of rough stone, 10 feet across and probably about 5 feet deep. The sounds of the waterfall echoing throughout. The walls appear wet and slimy. You see 2 stone doors, each 5 foot wide and 10 feet tall and rounded at the top, are at the east end of this alcove. They're intricately carved with images of demons and dragons. In the center of each door is a face looking somewhat like a gross toad. The doors appear quite heavy, and that is all you see. What do you do?
First thing, Eslan will pull up the rope and coil it around the rock in which it's fastened to.
Very good. Done.
Is that the grog line? Wait a minute. Was that
Grog line. Wait, yeah. What does it say?
someone phoning in for help? Oh,
you-
got it. Okay.
You suck. What does that mean?
I
I'm not
would
sure
like-
what that. Angry
I would like-
viewers.
I would like to examine the edge of the door and the area in front of it for traps.
Got it. I will, since you will not. And that was Pugsley. Sounded like Pugsley, right? Or no? Was that?
Dandy.
That was my apologies, Dandy.
Pugsley will supervise.
Okay, excellent. Okay, Dandy, I will do that roll because you will not know if you are unsuccessful, and you should have been. But so I will give a percentile roll. It looks like you are a 40% on find and remove traps. Okay, so Dandy is looking around very closely, looking at everything, and Dandy, in your professional opinion, there are no traps on this door or in this area right in front of it.
So Pugsley, would you like to perform a second opinion? I step back.
I think that might be a good idea.
Oh, okay. All right, Pugsley. Looks
Couldn't
like.
hurt, right?
I'm sorry?
Couldn't hurt.
Actually, it could, right?
All right.
Don't they say don't take two
Yes, it could
don't
hurt.
take two compasses to see because one could you don't know which one's right. So there you go. But what?
And you could trigger it. The trap action,
Details.
perhaps, right?
Ah.
Is the answer in first edition A and D it couldn't hurt ever? That's
Yeah.
correct. That's not the spirit. Okay, so Pugsley, you're searching around, and you feel something, and you wave Dandy over, and you're like, "Did you see this?" And you're just messing with him. It's not a trap. So no, in your professional opinion, it is not trapped. You think Dandy was correct.
Yeah,
Well,
I'd have to concur. I think we're trapless.
Okay. All right. What you guys?
Eslin's going to attempt to light a torch. I don't know if we can in such a wet environment, and search for secret doors or a secret passage in this alcove.
Okay. Excellent. All right. Eslian, so it is having been reading The Hobbit and knowing that it's difficult to light fires in wet conditions. You bring up a good point. So you're going to try to light a torch. Give me a D20. Higher's better. I don't know what you're...
Oh, 17.
Oh, yeah. So the Eslian is able to light a torch despite the wet conditions and the water coming in. And so who's going to... Okay, so we got a torch. So who's doing this? Eslian, are you doing the searching then? Were you handing the torch off, laying the torch down? I'm
holding the torch and searching for doors with my half-elven abilities to do so.
Okay, I'm just going to let you know that if you're holding the torch and you're only using one hand to search, I'm going to give you a penalty for that because you would get the sense that you're not as good as you're about a half ability.
I'll
Oh,
hope
all right.
for
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'll hand that over to
Dandy.
Dandy.
Okay. All right. I will roll that for you. So Eslian is elfing the alcove. Eslian, you do not find anything. I mean, you do, of course, locate that, in the middle of these two doors, nothing secret, but it does appear that, these two doors are would open possibly, so they're not sealed or anything like that. And you would notice too that there is a handle carved on the doors, but you don't find any secret ways in this alcove.
Okay. Oh.
I say
she
we
says-
just go for it then.
Yeah, she's excited. Let's find some undead. And she pulls out her mace +1.
Okay, excellent. All right, what are you doing? All right, so
Now,
Eslian is standing in front of the doors, mace drawn. What do you
now
guys
is
do?
it two separate doors or is it one set of double doors?
It is. Well, it's one set of double doors. So you're right, one set of double doors.
Have we determined whether it was locked while we were looking for traps?
I do not think anyone
Is there a
inspected.
keyhole?
There is no keyhole.
Okay, well, I push and or pull on the door slightly to see which way it opens.
Okay, so the sense you get, so you go to grab it, and the sense you get is it looks like it gives a very little bit of pull, like it would open outwards toward you. But you can tell this thing seems very, very heavy. There's
I will
very
try by
little-
myself to open it.
Oh, and I will mention too that and who's trying to open it?
Dandy.
Dandy. Okay. So Dandy, you're going to try to open it. Let me see. Dandy, you feel like you may have pulled something in your back.
Of course I have.
You're like, oh my gosh. You just sense that this door, wow, it's heavy.
I think it's a little bit heavier than I thought, guys.
Well,
Try
Estlin
and
looks
help.
at it, and is there a way to fasten she'll uncoil the rope if there's a way to fasten it around the door handle and use the rock in which the rope is tied to as like a pulley, some sort of, we all get on the rope and pull.
Isn't there a lever here somewhere?
There's a door handle. And Pugsley, you would notice too that being a dwarf, you would notice that these doors look like they may be a little bit askew, and that would cause real difficulty trying to open them because
so
they're
they
going to
weren't
be
dwarven
at
made.
like I'm sorry, go ahead.
So they're not dwarven made.
They are not dwarven made. Oh yeah, no, that's right. That's right. You're appalled. Like really, these things can't last 100 years? Yeah, they appear to be human made. This has got human fingerprints all over it, figuratively.
Yeah, that we're probably gonna have to try like Eslian said and see if we can get a rope hooked up to it and all yank on this thing.
Okay, is that what you're doing?
Yeah, the idea is
Yeah.
to get the rope tied to the door and then looped around the rock, and then we get behind the rock and pull and use the rock as like a lever. I'm not sure if I'm being clear on how I'm picturing this.
Yeah. Well, actually, I am. I'm bad at that stuff, but I actually do picture it, right? I mean, so what you're tying it to the rock. So you're putting it to the handle, tying it to the rock, right?
Well, yeah, looping it around the rock.
Right.
And then getting like behind the rock and pulling the rope so
Yeah.
that the rock takes like the brunt of it.
Right. So, just noticing.
Like,
Okay.
fully.
Yeah, and just to let you guys know, you guys are pretty wimpy. I got a strength of 10. Nothing personal. Strength. It's good at other things. Strength of 10. Strength of 10. Strength of 5. Pugsley's the strongest of the group, and he's a 13. So, all right. So you're gonna do a pull, then try to pull it by using this rope here. So basically, getting all 4 of your strengths, if I'm understanding it correctly.
And using the rock as a pulley, if it's lined up to do so.
Oh yes, I see what you're saying. Yes, I see what you're saying. Right. So you'd be like around the other side then, kind of. And
Yes.
Yeah,
I
it's
got
like our backs to the door.
okay. All right. You start pulling. It's insanely heavy. I'll give you a percentile roll. So maybe Pugsley as the leader, perhaps. You want to give me a percentile roll, and I'm
Sure.
telling you, it's gonna need to be a 5 or below.
Holy cow. You said 51 or below, right?
I don't know. James could play it back.
Yeah, I think you said 95 or below because
we need to get.
Yeah,
we
I
need
did
to
not
get
get below 5.
Yeah. So you. So.
well, this is all we wrote actually. So
it-
this is good. I'm actually typing the module as you guys are waiting. So this is good. Keep going because we're.
And Mildred, when this is happening too, it's heavy. So you just sort of sense your innate magic-y sense. You feel like, wow, this is kind of crazy. This seems like not, I know we're weak, you're saying to yourself, but are we really that weak?
I do have a scroll of knock. We might have to use it, I suppose. There's something about this door that's off.
It's that shoddy human design.
Oh, well.
Human doors are so bad, you gotta use a knock spell.
And we failed the attempt. We failed the roll under 5, I suppose.
Yeah, and you're getting the sense that even Pugsley, you're getting the sense that it moved so small that, and with your strength, I gotta tell you, you're not feeling it. You're kind of scratching your head. You're not getting the sense that more of this would work.
Yeah, I think we're spinning our wheels here.
Might there be some sort of command word to open it? Is there something in how the there's no writing, no symbols, no glyphs anywhere near the door?
So, okay, so you go up and you search, and all you see, you do, unfortunately do not see anything that would look like a command word, no writing. What you see is you see all these designs of dragons and demons, which I love. Only in D&D is it's like, yeah, okay. Dragons and demons, no one cares. Dragons and demons, and then you got these two toad-like, like demon-like, toad-like faces that do protrude out, kind of looking at you. I don't mean they're not following you like with their eyes, but these two protruding out
Reliefs, basically.
like heads.
Yeah, the reliefs right in front of the door. Yeah.
Reliefs. Thank you.
I push them. I try pushing the protruding parts of the door.
Okay, so the minute that you push on the protruding part on the toad face on the right, all of a sudden you hear a little kind of almost a little noise, like movement, and slowly the right hand door slides open about 2 feet, and you feel rushing out kind of this wind, right? Kind of pressure of air coming out, smelling very kind of musty and old, and then it just stops.
Well, there you go. There's another one on the left side toad as well.
There is.
Yes. So I repeat the same maneuver there.
Nothing happens there. So only worked on the right-hand one, but it is enough for you to get through and get into whatever lies beyond.
Was it Dandy or Pugsley who had a torch lit? Or was it someone else?
Aslian did it, and I think Dandy was holding it.
I have a bullseye lantern too that I could light.
Yeah, I'll take my torch back and then we'll have a torch and the bullseye lantern. But Estlin will step forward with her holy symbol into the door and command that all evil part from our ways in the name of her patron deity, Aethering.
Got it. So Estlin says this, and you just hear quiet. You can still, of course, hear behind you the waterfall, but you don't hear anything coming from in front of you.
And what does she see?
So you poke in. Okay, so you were like looking through there as you do it with the putting the torch in there.
That's correct, and my holy symbol.
Got it. Torch and the holy symbol. Right. So, Estlin, as you look in there, and your torch kind of engulfs this area, you see sort of what looks to be a circular room, probably about 30 feet across, probably about 30 feet high, carved out of the living rock. You don't see any exit. The only thing you see on the far end of this room, and you would see when you put your torch in there, you see sort of like this going up against this wall, this enormous shadow of this enormous creature. But then you would notice that it's really just the shadow being cast from your torch of what appears to be a 10-foot high statue of a creature just standing there. You're not sure if it's a statue or it's real, but it's motionless. And it looks, you've been around the block. This looks like an ogre. And his hands are raised, and he's got a club, and he doesn't seem to be wearing anything other than a loincloth. Typical ogre, warty bumps all over him. But what you do notice is he's all gray. You know, ogres, are all varying colors, often bright colors. He's just all stone colored, standing there, and that's all you see.
All right, I'll step back, and I believe a party member had a question.
Do I have infravision or not?
Oh, who is this?
Dandy.
Dandy, the tall fellow halfling?
Oh, Dandy's a tall fellow. Hang on, let me see.
Oh, yes, the classic tall fellow debate.
I think they don't.
It's only stouts.
It's the ones that live
only
on
stouts. I think only stouts do.
Yes, I don't have it on ratio abilities. You are keen-eared. I think I would have put that down if you had it. So I think the answer to that is no. And also remember, ladies and gentlemen, with infravision, if you've got, of course, light around, it won't work. You'd have to adjust. And remember, your infravision, of course, is only going to pick up differing heat sources as opposed to full see in the dark.
So sorry, steps back. She steps back and describes what she sees. This gray warded figure of an ogre that may be stone, standing in front of the door.
Is it right in front of the door, or is it like in the middle of the circular room?
It's on the far end. So Eslian, you would know. Yeah, so it's a 30-foot circular room, no exit, and this, whatever it was, this ogre was on the far end. So directly opposite where you were standing, Eslian, from the entrance.
Did you happen to see any stairs behind it by chance?
Eslian did not. Eslian noticed nothing else. It just seemed to be a round circular chamber, no way out, with what appeared to be this gray ogre.
Perhaps we get the bullseye in her. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Billy.
I would like to listen and see if I can hear any movement from that ogre or in the room in general.
Excellent. And Billy, you're Dandy, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and you are keen-eared. So I will roll that for you because you won't know if there was something making noise that you didn't hear it. Let me roll for you. So Dandy gets down, says, now, the problem, too, is keep in mind that you got this waterfall behind you, but the good news is you can get your ear. I don't know if it's good news or not. You can put your ear, in where the door is to kind of get rid of some of that noise. You've taken off any headgear you've had. You listen. Nothing. Not even breathing. Nothing. And you're pretty good at hearing.
This room doesn't look like it's been disturbed in a very long time.
I creep back to the group and report that I did not hear anything. I think it was probably just a statue.
I entered the room. Can I
to find out?
Door?
Okay. Going in. All right. So as you enter the room, it is as Eslian described. And there you stand. It appears that this is, in fact, a statue. So this ogre is not moving. He's got a grim look on his face. As I mentioned, hands in the air, like this. One's holding a club, almost like he's defending himself. And he's very intricately detailed. So you would be particularly Pugsley, whereas that door was an embarrassment in terms of construction. This ogre is the exact opposite. You are whoever did this was very good because the detail's amazing.
Does it look like it could be a real ogre that has been turned to stone?
That's just where I was going to.
It is so good that certainly would be a possibility.
It's great craftsmanship.
Yeah, some of the best you've ever seen. You've never seen a better ogre statue?
Is this why I have a mirror?
I don't know.
You like looking at yourself, Litz.
Yeah, right.
Well,
That's right, that's Dandy. That's why. That's not why you have the mirror, Dandy. You have the mirror simply to look at yourself. Yes.
I would like to examine / search the room.
Okay, and who's that? I'm sorry.
Dandy.
Dandy. All right. So Dandy is going to start searching the room. Where are you searching? Just basically everywhere.
The edge of the room, looking for secret doors or things that are going to try to kill us that we missed.
Okay.
And I will follow close behind with the torch, and I will try to also search the same area.
Okay.
I'll put my mace away.
Are
Okay.
there doors here? Did I miss that?
Nope, it's just a circular room. The doors you came in, and the statue opposite the doors you came in.
Okay, I would like to start searching around the statue and see if possibly there is a hidden entrance or if it's the trigger to something.
You search the statue itself or search the area of the statue?
Both.
Well, describe your searching. You're going to be searching around the statue.
Well, first I want to look very closely at the statue to try again to see if it was, possibly a real ogre. And then I'll look and see like its equipment. And then I'll search the floor around him and see if maybe there's a trapdoor or some sort of trigger for something.
Okay. And who's this? Is this
Dandy.
Dandy, sorry. So okay, so Dandy, when you get up and look very closely, your sense is telling you there's like a 90% chance in your opinion that this was a real ogre because it is just so well done. All you see is it's got a loincloth and it's got a club. I mean, it's a big club, but that's it. And then when you start searching, right, behind, Dandy, you get the sense that you think there might be something here. All of a sudden, you start to hear crackling. And
Dive.
You dive everywhere. Okay, you dive. All of a sudden, you start seeing color starts coming to this statue. And hold on a second. I need an, and you can sense. You just hear crackling. It is coming to flesh. I need to make a roll. And so all of a sudden it comes more and more and more, and now you notice it is apparently a live ogre. So you see this ogre, he has yellow and orange. He's yellow. He's got orange and black warty bumps all over his body. He is a dull, dark green, stringy hair, shoulder length. He's coming to color. And he all of a sudden screams, "Stonefist!" What do you do?
I go sleep on it.
I take out my sword and my dagger, and I would like to attack.
All right, so now we're going to initiative. Basically, you guys are.
Was there enough time when it was coming to life, so to speak, that I could have maneuvered around behind it?
I think. Well,
I mean, the problem is he's right at the back of the door, or the back of the wall area there that Dandy was in. So Dandy was kind of, trying to look behind it. He's small, obviously, and as he was searching, whether he brushed up against the creature or the statue, or whether something caused the thing to start animating. Dandy backed up, drew his weapon, so you couldn't really get behind him at this point.
Okay.
Well, if we can at least spread out, then one of us could negate his dexterity bonus. Or
you
something.
all can be pretty much where you want to be in relation except behind the now animating ogre, because the wall is circular and he's behind. He's like right in front of it. So when we're gonna go into combat. So Billy, you start. Tell me what you're going to do, and you can tell me. Remember, this room is it's a 30-foot diameter circle room, and the doors are on one side, and the ogre that's reanimating is on the other side. So just tell me what your action is and where you'd like to be.
I will be to the ogre's left.
Okay.
And I will move in with sword and dagger to attack.
Okay, great. All right, Brian?
I also opposite of the club hand, so I guess that would be the left-hand side of the ogre. Drop the torch and pull out the mace.
All right. Mildred, I think I heard you say you're going to cast a spell.
Yes, I'm going to cast sleep. I don't really remember how many hit dice an ogre is, but I'll take my
Okay,
chance.
I love it. And Craig?
Good night party.
I'm gonna sit down.
I had somewhere to go, so it's okay.
Oh, by the way, I'm sort of in the middle of the room, right between the door and the
Okay.
ogre.
And I'd just like to mention, since the torch was dropped, right, which I mean I think is correct. I just had this image then of these shadows on the wall of this combat, with people swinging and stuff.
But I'll set down the lantern and pull out Slingy, my sling, and get ready to do some slinging.
All right, great. So Billy, you're in the box, so you roll initiative. I mean, yep. So you rolled a 3. Okay. And he rolled a 4. And what you notice too is, so Dandy and Estlin are up front basically with Pugsley. Correctly, Mildred's kind of in the back. Is that fair to say? You notice that this is one of the most. He is moving at a very, you've all dealt with ogres before, and he is just swinging wildly at a pace that you have never seen an ogre move at. So,
as in much more quickly than an ogre.
It's like he's been hitting the crack pipe or something.
And
he's a crack.
And he'd be yelling very quickly too throughout all this. Stonefist, I will kill you.
That's it. So I'm going to make a random roll who he's going to strike. 1, 2 Dandy, 3, 4 Estlin, 5, 6 Pugsley. So he is actually going to turn his attention to Estlin, the studious. What's your armor class?
Armor class is 3.
Armor class 3. Okay. So, yeah. Ooh, barely hits Estlin.
Is that barely damage?
No, well, we don't know yet. That part we don't know. We do know that, and the club strikes down. Actually, you can roll the D10. I'll let you do your own damage.
All right.
What a guy.
Rolled a 5.
That's how much damage you take.
Okay.
And immediately after hitting you, he swings at you again. Oh, strikes for, I actually rolled a 20. Good news, we don't do double damage here, so just roll another D10.
6
So
this
you've
time.
taken another blow. You see this rapid successions of blows. And that is his attack. So I'm going to do it. So Dandy, you went. You guys lost, but you were in the box. You get to attack first.
Okay, and that was with sword and dagger. Okay, I rolled a 2 for the sword.
That is definitely a miss.
And I rolled an 11, which -1 in my offhand is a 10. Unless it's armor class 8 or worse, I missed it also.
Yes, unfortunately, the terror of seeing an ogre striking rapidly caused your rolling to miss, unfortunately. So Brian, it's up to you. You were going to attack as well, is correct?
Yes, Eslian grunts in pain after being smashed by the club and screams out, "Bones will break you," and swings the mace and misses with a 7.
That is definitely a miss. All right, so Mildred, you cast your spell, and
Yes, I noticed there is a 15 feet radius, which I hadn't really thought about. So I'll move back just enough steps so that, and I'll put the center right at the ogre, so it'll go like halfway into the room or something.
yeah, you're smart enough to not put yourself in the sleep spell, but it's going to be a little difficult for your
about the rest of us?
compatriots.
Nice rest.
All right, so first off, roll 4d4 for me, because the way I do this is, let's see what you get. Now, Estlin, what level are you? Okay.
4th level.
Dandy, what level are you? Okay,
3.
and Pugsley's 5th level, correct?
Yeah.
I got a 9.
You got a 9 total? 9, okay, so
Call her Mildred.
so
Mad for
you
nothing.
you barely with that would have been equal to a 3 or 4. So one of them is asleep. Now we're just going to have to. So Pugsley would not be asleep because he's 5th level, but the rest of you are 4th level. You're all equal in level to the ogre. So I'm going to let you, Mildred, roll. 1 to 2, it's Dandy. 3 to 4, it's Estlin. 5 to 6, it's the ogre.
And does Eslian have some
Yes.
resistance?
Now,
to
if it
sleep?
does target, because you're a half elf, correct? Okay, so if it
Yeah,
does target, you get
30%.
33% chance that you would roll. So you want to roll a 5 or 6.
Hey, at least it wasn't a fireball.
That's right.
That's later.
Look at the bright side.
So that's Dandy. So you watch. Well, you don't watch. You hear the incantations. You sense sand being written, and all of a sudden, Dandy goes.
Good night, guys.
Sorry. Yeah.
Mildred!
She's mad.
Yeah. I'm mad.
All right.
that woman's
It's
crazy.
crazy. So Pugsley, you it's on you now.
Am I close enough? Could I just give old Dandy a boot and wake him up?
Well, if you want to, I'm not. What's your? Give me a wisdom check to see if you even noticed, because you were just about to fight this ogre, and
Okay.
you may not notice that Dandy, who's shorter than you, fell down.
I rolled a 12.
Okay, so you can, if you want to spend your action waking up Dandy, you can do that.
Okay. I'll do
But while you're doing that, you're kind of shaking, and if you get attacked by the ogre next round, he'll probably be at a plus if you lose initiative. Because you're not just kicking him; you're like,
Okay.
this is magically.
Well, ogres are harder to hit
Yeah,
dwarves
so-
anyway, so maybe it'll
yeah,
balance
it won't
out.
be that bad. I mean, he'll still get a -2 probably, but you're basically bending down trying to
Okay.
rouse him. Okay, great. So that's this round. So Brian, you're in the box now. What action are you going to do? You're definitely not feeling well after being struck by this very agitated ogre, who's
Reaching in and pulling out spell components for hold person.
okay.
Would I recognize this as a monster or a person?
You would know this is a monster.
Okay, so I will not do hold
Yeah.
person. So I will
Don't cast it on me.
scream out in pain.
And Dandy. Don't be a Mildred. That's the T-shirt.
That's the new t-shirt for this episode. Yeah, so I'll scream out in pain and rush in and scream for bones to break bones again.
Okay. And so Martin, what new trick are you going to pull out for Mildred?
Scare.
Scare.
I'll cast scare on the, and this time it's specifically on one target creature.
Okay.
So I'll make sure not to pick any of my companions this time. So I'll just move in a few steps. So I'll be in the 10-foot range, and I'll cast scare.
Okay. Great. You're going to try to cast scare. Craig, you now, if you win initiative, you'll be able to do something and attack. Billy, Dandy is going to basically take this round to, I assume, get up at this point, because you've kind of you splied down. You just kind of fell. Get your weapons and get back up. Is that correct? Unless you want to do something else.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's all I can think of to do
All
right
right.
now.
So, Craig, you're going to attack if you get the chance.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Am I too close to use my sling?
Yeah, you're right in the thick of it right now. You could back away a few feet and try to do that, but as you are right now, you're in melee combat.
All right. If I try and back up a little, is he going to get a
No.
swing on me?
Oh well, if it really depends. Right now, it looks like
Outside.
It looks like he's focused right now on Eslian, but that may change now that you're in the field of view. But so if you want to try to use your sling, it may work. Right now you're in melee with the ogre.
Yeah. I'll try and take a few steps back so I can use my sling.
Okay, great. So Brian, you're in the box. I rolled a 5 for the ogre.
Well, 1.
All right. So the ogre 1 again. Let's see. So he sees you kind of sneaking off as after you woke the halfling. The halfling is splawed out on the floor, and then there's Eslian. So I'll still give it the same thing. 1 to 2, it's Dandy. 3 to 4, Eslian. 5 to 6, Pugsley. Oh, he likes you, Eslian. He's like...
Awesome.
It's like Brian had something else to do today. So let's see. Ooh, 18. Roll a d10.
All right.
Get killed by a crack ogre.
Oh, Eslian rolls a 9. Goes down 0 hit
Oh, you
points.
watch Eslian collapse down. Oh, she gets struck horribly. So after seeing the half-elf being crushed by this giant club, he then attempts to strike either the halfling or, well, probably he's going to go after the dwarf, since the dwarf is the one still moving. So I'm going to roll that. What's your armor class? 4. He misses. Wildly swings in rage. You know, Stonefist, you die too. And misses. All right. So, Brian, you're going to sit there on the ground bleeding, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Crushed bones and all.
Mildred, you're able to cast your spell. And so I have to make a saving throw for the creature. Oh, he rolled a 2. So he is now frightened. And he drops his club and
Somebody grab it.
and is now cowering in the back, trying to get away, trying to pull. Don't hurt me! Stop! Keep that crazy woman away from me! She's insane!
Am I in a
Bathes
position
like a
to kick
mastiff.
his club away from him?
Well, keep him away! She's crazy! She's trying to kill all of us!
I can't promise anything. Okay, so who's down? The cleric is down?
The cleric has
Yes.
collapsed, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, so the only one who has... okay. She'll,
We're screwed.
So just to recap, the ogre has now there's no real corner, but has, kind of slinking away. I'm going to say moving away from the party. You all were kind of right in front of it. So he is now in the northwest part of the circle room. And as long as you don't get near him, he's kind of just cowering, staying away from that evil woman who has scared him with some terrible thoughts.
How long does that spell last?
3 to 12 rounds. So it'll be enough for me to take care of the wounds, the cleric's wounds, and make sure he doesn't.
All right.
bleed
Well,
out.
if you guys bind his wounds, he's at 0.
I take
have
the
any way to
club
heal
and
him.
throw it down the hallway, out of the room, down the waterfall.
Okay. Well, combat's currently over, so Dan, you got this at this point. So you see him cowering in the back.
Yeah, and he's blubbering.
So,
And he's like, "No, you Stonefist! Oh, you did it again! You
Listen to me,
done it
ogre.
again." What? Huh?
We will promise to let you be if you leave us alone. We are not allied with Stonefist. He seems like a bad person. We don't have anything to do with him. If you're an enemy of Stonefist, then you're no enemy of ours.
You don't work for Stonefist?
Hell no.
No.
Why did you? And his comment is very kind of broken.
But scared.
So you
He's
have a
scared
hard
and
time
broken.
understanding him. He's scared and broken. Why did you? Why?
Sounds
why
like
did
Mildred. I mean, Elsland.
Why did you attack me then?
We
Why
didn't
did you-
attack you. You attacked us.
Yes.
Let's,
Right.
let's not quibble on details. I don't understand.
Bring him up.
Fair
I
enough.
don't understand why you would attack me if you're not with Stonefist, you liars. You're with Stonefist. And he starts crawling toward the door.
The double doors you went through.
Yes. And he starts
Get out
trying
of
to
his way and
squeeze
let him
through.
get out of here.
He's like
Nope.
getting stuck.
How about we
Because
just let him go?
Very much. He can't get through. He's like,
Not strong enough to open that.
And he's like,
human door.
Can we open the door from
No,
this
I
side?
don't think we can.
It was very heavy.
Do we have any backstabbing thief alive and kicking with a?
Do you want me to?
Yes. Let's
Can
put
I
him
get a
up.
backstab in? Or does he know I'm here, so that's a no?
I mean, you can certainly try. I'm not going to say it's automatic, but he's focused on trying to get out the door.
Okay, guys. Do you want to fight him again, or do you want to try to help him get away?
And just to let you know, as he's blubbering, you're hearing him say things like, "I'm coming for you, Stonefist. I'll find you."
Just let him go.
I say we just let him go.
Can I
Sure.
try to open the doors a
mess up
little
the
bit to help him squeeze
Backstab,
out?
he's probably gonna.
All right, so
Nice.
everyone's kind of So if everyone sort of pushes, and someone, I guess, I mean, I know you're pushing his large bum, and you just
Whoa,
gotta.
I'm not touching any ogre butt.
All right, well,
I'll touch it, but I don't care.
not he's been there before. So I left that out of the backstory as a matter of courtesy. So yeah, all right. You push and push, and he pops
Ew.
out, and he just kind of gets up, and you hear him go running
luck.
down. Huh?
I tell him good luck,
What?
Okay. Can you give me who said that? Who wishes him good luck?
Dandy.
Dandy, can you roll me a d20? You're doing a dex check for Grunch.
18.
Oh, that's
You just hear
Ah!
Oh,
and a big
crap.
splash. It's the last you
Wow.
hear of Grunch.
Hopefully he can swim or reach the bottom.
after a
Guess
while.
we'll
You,
find
after a
out
while,
on
you
the
don't
way
hear you don't hear anything whether he drowned or. I mean, he's kind of fell into the thing, and the waterfall is kind of going over the doors, so it's hard for you to hear what's going on.
I have a question. Would our fearless leader, Pugsley, the pilferer, the sly, know of any of the items in which Elsland has?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, you guys, yes, absolutely. I mean, you're Tomb Raiders, you're a team. You would know what everyone's got.
Okay, so perhaps Pugsley would be pilfering around into my
Oh yeah, you got.
items, and maybe not stealing them.
Well,
Well, I
yeah,
remember
he
them
is a
as I'm
thief.
getting ready to shove you into the big hole.
That's
Well,
I'm
then
sorry.
I'm
You're
still searching
unconscious.
the room.
There's nothing
That's
you
right.
can do. All right, so I can tell you, Pugsley, when you are pilfering, I mean, searching Eslan, you see what a cloak, belt, boots, backpack, skin for water, garlic, wax, holy symbol. Let me see. You signed 2 potions. You find a scroll, and some holy water, a journal.
Let's crack one of those potions open and
You
stuff
yeah,
it
and
down
you
its throat.
and you would remember, Pugsley, because you guys would do an inventory before you went, Pugsley. You would know that those are 2 potions of extra healing.
Okay, yeah, let's pour one down his throat.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay. So all right. So you pour a potion of extra healing down Eslian's throat, and what is that? You can roll for James. What is
it's extra
what's
healing. The whole potion.
It's
So
extra.
3d8. Brian, you can just roll. Brian, roll
All right.
3d8. You get whatever you get out of it.
3d8 plus 3.
Yeah, sure. I think it's just straight 3d8, but I'll give you +3.
How about +5?
Sure.
I thought it's 3d. If you drink 1/3 of it, you just get the d8. And if you, drink,
I think
the
you're
whole
right.
thing,
Yeah,
you
if
get
you
the
shove
plus.
it the whole thing down, I think you're right.
Okay.
That is correct. See, that's why we play the game.
Okay.
What is it?
It's
3d8 plus
if you
3?
drink the whole thing, it's 3d8 plus 3.
And you can do
Then
it in
it's only
thirds.
d8.
Cool.
What?
And so the whole thing, I would get a total. I rolled a 20 plus the 3 is 23, and my max is 20.
Okay. That was a good potion.
Okay.
I don't know how you're going to adjudicate how I can operate after this, but I'm up to max.
Ah,
hit
you're fine
points.
for today.
Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay.
So Eslian, you saw a bright light in the distance, and you were heading toward it, and you saw Erevan Illisir, the elven god of mischief and change, holding out a hand. And just as you were about to reach that hand, you felt pulled back, and you're back in a little room that's noisy with water.
And there's a dwarf in your pockets.
And there's a dwarf. Yes, a dwarf has his hand in your pocket.
No, I'm done with that. I just
Well,
should
you
have
feel
poured the
like
potion.
you feel like
Yeah,
you've been pilfered. And
feel like you've been
there's just wet liquid all over your face. So yeah, it's good stuff.
Right.
That's what you got.
happened?
That's what you came back for. Congratulations.
Yes. Yeah.
I remember an ogre club,
Right.
and then
Right.
this.
That's right. That's the last
Why
thing
did you come
do.
back for this? I don't think so.
Right. You're hoping that they revived you on the way out. But that's-
Yeah, is
that's
it
not
done? No,
true.
we still got plenty to go through.
And ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you, you do of course have a map.
Well, once my head clears, I'm going to go over and check. Well, look at the map and check around where that ogre was standing.
Well, and
According to-
Dandy. Yeah, and Dandy. Not okay. Got you. So and Dandy, as you might recall, all hell broke loose right as you felt behind the ogre on the wall. You felt like there may have been some sort of door there, and that's immediately when the ogre started animating.
I would like to examine that area again.
Got it. So Dandy's over there. Eslian is over there,
Yeah, with the
and
torch.
got it.
Man.
Got it. And what you notice is it appears, so both Eslian and Dandy, together you decide that it looks like there is almost like a stone veneer. You don't know how thick, but almost like a stone veneer covering that if it could somehow be removed, destroyed, there must be, you sense there's something behind it. But you can't figure out how to open it. It doesn't look like there's any opening. You know secret doors, and you don't see any sort of mechanism. It looks like maybe you just got to perhaps destroy this thing.
Check for a trap first before
Got it.
we start smacking into it.
So so the thieves coming up. So Dandy and Pugsley, I assume.
I would also search for traps.
Got it. Okay, both Pugsley supervising, Dandy working under that supervision. Dandy, in your professional opinion, it is not trapped. And Pugsley, in your supervisory capacity, you think Dandy's is correct.
Yeah, looks good.
Other than that animate ogre stuff.
Yeah,
Other than that.
on that crackhead ogre, everything else is good.
We don't need to search for traps. We already triggered it.
Yeah.
Well, we know there's a door here. We just
See if you can trash it down with your weapons or something.
With your mace or something, maybe you can break that veneer if it's not.
I've just got a little
It is
tiny
veneer.
sword. I don't think I'm going to be doing that.
Well, Eslian will hand her hammer over to the strong dwarf and ask him to smash away as she steps back.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll give her a swing.
All right. So Pugsley, everyone stands back. You take in as only dwarves can do. You pick up that big hammer, you crash it, and you're also saying to yourself, when you saw this thing too, yeah, you're like, yeah, human work, definitely not dwarf work. This ain't gonna be hard. You know right where to hit it. I mean, like Pugsley is like, he looks at a corner and he's like, hits the corner, it just collapses. It all sorts of cracks and it just collapses, and rushing out is like pressure of air coming out with, again, a very old sort of musty smell. All comes rushing past you, heading outside, and you notice then there is an opening. And with the torch, you see a 10-foot wide stair descending down.
Excellent, Master Dwarf.
I'll hand back your mace.
All right. Yeah, and how far does it go down?
What you're using a torch for light source, and I think you got a bullseye lantern.
Yeah.
Which one's got the most? What's the range? If anyone
Bullseye
remembers.
lantern's
Bullseye,
100 feet, I
shrink
think.
down. Yeah.
Okay.
Or 80 feet,
I
maybe.
believe it's
Okay.
80. Yeah, if it's
Okay.
focused. Yep.
Yeah, we'll focus it down the stairs.
Okay, thank you. So you send it down the stairs, and you notice that the stairs descend as far as the light source will take you. So it is at least 80 feet down.
Okay.
And like James had mentioned before about this initial chamber, it just seems when you look down there, it looks like no one's been here in a long time. It just looks very undisturbed, and
If
you
you
don't
want to,
hear anything.
if you want to shine the lantern down one side of the stairs, I can go down the other and take point.
Okay.
Hiding in shadows as you go?
That
or-
way I don't know if I can hide in shadows with the lantern
Yeah.
behind me, but at least I'm not completely in the beam,
Yeah.
hopefully.
Okay.
I would
So,
like
all
to.
right.
I guess I won't even bother to really sneak, but I will advance down the left-hand side of the stairs.
Okay. So Dandy's heading down. Is it just you for now, Dandy? Like, you doing a scouting mission, or is anyone following?
Scouting.
Got it. Okay. All right. So Dandy is heading down, and
With my
so you're
weapons out.
got your weapon out. Okay. All right. So Dandy, you're heading down, and so the torch is, I mean, the bullseye is staying behind you, I think, right? You don't, or are you taking the bullseye?
I was going to let them shine it as I went down the other side of the stairs.
Yeah, I'll
Got
shine
it.
it down the right side of the stairs.
Right side, heading down. Okay. Okay. So Dandy, you head on down, grabbing the right-hand side. It's the wall is carved out of the stone, so it's pretty rough. It's easy going. The stairs seem a little worn at times. They're cracking. It looks like perhaps from age. So it's a little dangerous, but not much. And you're not noticing anything. And so as you know, as the further you get, the darker it gets, because you've got, so what's interesting is as you get further away, you sense sort of like your infravision is slowly, oh wait, I'm sorry, you're Danny, you don't have infravision. Right, you notice nothing happening with your infravision. You're like, I don't have
Once
infravision.
it gets too dark, I will go back.
Okay, so that would be right at about 80 feet, and you know you can sense that it continues on, right? Because you're at 80 feet. It's not like you're at a door, so you don't know how far, but it sense it does continue down more.
I'll go back and tell them that I can't see any further. We need to all go at least some way down.
Yeah.
Or find somebody who can see in the dark.
Okay,
Not me.
and you can tell,
Well, I
Dan.
can scout it. I mean, I can see in the dark.
Okay, and Dandy, just to let you know, as you head back up, you can notice that on, you know, some of these steps do, and one in particular seems a little bit, I don't know, a little unstable maybe.
I stop and examine that particular step.
Okay. So it's hard. I mean, you don't have a lot of light, but you're good with your hands. You got a bad feeling about this step.
Want me to
I
focus
relate
the
that
light
to the
down there?
guys and gals. It's either a trap or a loose step or something, so we need to be careful, extra careful. I would advise avoiding stepping here.
Right.
Okay, what you guys gonna do?
We proceed down the stairs.
Okay,
Hitting
Uh,
Yeah, we'll avoid the loose steps.
yeah.
shall we do a James? Shall we do a standard? Have them declare a standard marching
Yep.
order for
Yeah,
future.
what's
for now,
what's going to be the marching order?
Mildred second to last.
Well, I won't take points since I can't see in the dark.
Yeah, I can take point.
Okay. I'll be behind him.
All right, so
So who's what's
so
the
it's
order? Who's
Pugsley,
first?
it looks like.
So
Then Dandy.
Eslian, and
So
Mildred.
Mildred,
Oh, no, Mildred, then Eslian in the rear.
Right,
Yep.
Yes.
Hey,
Well, I'll
Pugsley.
hand-
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna say I'll just hand the bullseye lantern to Dandy.
Okay.
So my
Pugsley,
hands
can
are
you-
free.
Can you give me a roll on a percentile? Let me know the result.
Yes, sir. 17.
Okay. So as you guys are descending down and you're getting close to that stone that Dandy has warned you about, that he had a concern about, Pugsley, your dwarf sense tingles. And you sort of sense that right in that area, you're getting the sense that there may be some sort of that step might be some sort of sliding result, cause some sliding or shifting floor or wall.
Okay. I'll hold my hand up to stop the party and can I inspect it further? Is there
Sure.
Does it
Sure.
seem like it's something that could be disarmed or?
Yeah, so you just get the sense. So, oh, that's right, because you're a thief too. Yeah, so you get the sense it can't be disarmed, but the sense you get is there is some sort of stepping on this step. You think would trigger some sort of opening, and you sense the mechanism that would do that is on this step.
Okay.
I mean, you can try. I mean, you can, if you want to. So let me see. So if you're gonna try to, let me give you a roll. Oh, yeah, you find it. You're like, yeah, it's this, and you could try to disarm it certainly if you wanted to try.
Okay.
Just one question first. Is it like the step? Is it how far down the stairs is it? Is it right at the bottom of the stairs, or is it in the middle, or where?
It's about
Third.
a third of the
About
way
a third.
down. So it's probably about 30 feet or so down.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's try and disarm it.
Okay. All right. All right. So, 0-1. Yeah. Pugsley, Pugsley's like, yeah, you just do this. Click.
stupid human construction.
Stupid human. You're like, yeah, this is definitely a trap set by humans. This adventure is going to be easy. This whole tomb was built by humans. This is going to be a piece of cake. So yes, you've disarmed it, and it looked like, you step on this, it triggers something, and it would have opened up something, and you would have slid down something. But you feel quite confident, Pugsley. And and Dandy, did you watch that? Were you taking notes? How that's done? Excellent. Okay.
I could have done it better.
So we'll never know. So yes, it's you feel quite confident it's been disarmed and everything is fine now. In your professional opinion.
I'll relay that and keep moving down the stairs.
Okay. All right.
Eslian would like to mark that spot somehow, in case that we have to make a hasty retreat that we do not trigger it on the way back out.
Yeah.
Excellent. You've watched the adventures of Pixie and
That's right.
Glades.
That's good.
Pull out
Mistake is their mistakes is your learning.
That's what we're there to teach.
So Pugsley, you basically take a spike and you have jammed it into this area that seems to cause the thing to trigger. So as long as you don't kick this spike out, the trap won't go off. Basically, you've wedged it in so that if a footfall happens, but you do let the party know that don't jump up and down on this. Run past it. Don't be. Maybe laden with gold, it may be a different story. But if most of you are relatively light, it shouldn't be a problem. But you guys mark it as well.
Okay. And you guys notice, so the steps come to an end about 100 feet down, and you would notice that you appear to be right at the intersection that is noted on the map. So if you see on the map the stairs, and you are at an intersection, and it's lining up, you see a passage to your left, which would be heading upwards if you're looking at the map. You then see, continuing on about 15 feet, you then see you see a set of double doors, and on the right you see a passage, and your bullseye. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Hang on. I'm sorry. My bad. You don't see anything on the left.
Yeah, that's where the question mark is.
Right, stranger. I'm sorry. I was looking at that map. So that's strange. Is a question mark. Stranger, you don't see anything there. And the question mark you do see, though, continuing straight, you see some double doors. And then you do see on the right this passageway. And you would see that it looks like it's going at least 100 feet down to your right. If that all makes sense.
Yeah. So do we want to go for the area marked on the map, or we want to explore?
I'm a little bit curious why there isn't a corridor to our left when there should be according to the map. Maybe some of you stoneworking dwarf can see if there's anything wrong with the. But I assume there are stone walls.
They are. Yep. It's stone walls. It's carved out of living stone, so it's a little bit rough, but they are stone walls. Correct.
And Estlin will use her elving ability to look for any secrets, passages or doors in that direction.
Okay, so Estlin is looking in that. So where the question mark is up top, Estlin is looking for secret. And what are you? 1 in 3?
2 and 6.
2 and 6. Oh, that's right. Concealed is 3 and 6, right? 2 and 6.
Yeah. For secret. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So no, Estlin, you are unable to detect anything.
All right. Well, she turns to Pugsley and say, "Hey, what about that wand you have? Can you spend a charge on that?"
Possibly. Does it look like that? Like there never was anything there? Just looks like it's continuation of the hallway.
Yeah, it looks like maybe they planned to build something that way and didn't, because Estlin is telling you, I'm not seeing fine. Nothing looks strange here.
Sure, let's pull out the wand and I'll point it at that section of the wall that we're wondering about and say appear.
Okay.
See what happens.
All right. So Pugsley pulls out this wand, points it in that direction, and almost immediately as you point it in that direction, right where you think there should be a passage from the map, it starts pulsing and burning a bright color, and you can. Yeah, and it's sort of and flowing from the wand is creating this image glowing in blue of a door right where you think that passage should be.
All right.
Do the rest of us see it, or just Pugsley?
Yeah. I mean, it's a wand, so I think so everyone sees it, much to your chagrin, Estlin.
Well, she will try to redeem herself, and she will cast augury and try to determine weal or woe in these 3 directions and get any sort of sense as to what we should do. And the sense and the level of danger and or wealth or whatever information I can discern using augury. I have a 74% chance of success.
Got it. Thank you. So I will roll that because obviously you won't know. And if I recall correctly, the augury spell gives you what, a general indication of whether this is a good thing, a good idea, or a bad idea, right? Nothing more specific, if I recall, right?
Yeah, within the next 30 minutes.
Within the next 30 minutes. Got it. So Eslian starts casting this spell. You see her sort of become very rigid, like she's getting information and sensing something. And the sense you are getting, Eslian, is that this would not be a good way to go.
Was I able to determine anything else from the other directions?
Well, I think you basically, the way I looked at it was you were kind of saying, oh, great elven deity of tricksterness, is this the way I should go? And that's what Dan's told you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that was my unless I misunderstood the augury question. I was understanding it as, is this way a good way to go?
Okay. Right. Yeah, that's fine. I was just trying to figure out. I was just wondering if I could use the augury more. I don't know. More than once.
Is there still some life left in it? Yes. Right. Is the charge dead? My understanding, it looks like James is looking it up, and I do love this stuff because I like learning about this stuff. My recollection is augury is kind of like, I think, one course of action.
Yeah, whether an action in the immediate future will be of benefit. So we are basically saying that you chose this, would opening this door and going this way, I'm going to make it as generic, would going through this door lead to weal or woe, and that's what you got.
Right. And just
it's a good thing you didn't cast it at the waterfall, or all of us might have just gone home.
That's right. This adventure is a bad idea. You should always cast augury at the very outset of an adventure. So, and you would understand, Eslian, the way this spell works, which of course is things could go well. You know, it's on balance, but the sense you're getting on balance, more likely than not, things probably wouldn't go well if you went that way.
All right, so once the spell is complete and I've snapped out of this trance-like state, I will tell Pugsley, hey, sorry about using that charge, but we're not going this way. Got a bad feeling about this.
Well, seeing as how this started, I think we'll probably go with what your feelings are.
Worried about half-elf's feelings. Next on Dwarf Talk. That's
right.
That's...
We're looking for a tomb, right?
Yes. You are.
Why don't we just go to the tomb?
That's what I was saying. We could do that. Or,
okay.
Yeah, let's head down there then.
Well, let's. I'd hate to leave these double doors unsecure that stand in front of us. There could be something there that may just come up behind us.
Yeah.
So it might be worth checking that out, or at least securing them and check them on the way out.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're 2 stone doors, each 5 foot wide, 8 foot high, squared at the top, and they do have some handles. So you could either try to open them or you could try to secure them now. Either way.
I said secure them for now.
Okay.
Check to see if they're trapped, perhaps, before we start messing around.
Okay.
Triggered something.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, what was the second thing you said to do?
I'll just check for traps, make sure before we secure them.
Got it. Okay, so I assume it is the Pugsley and Dandy show, as usual?
Yep.
Okay.
Pugsley and Dandy show.
We can't open anything, but we can find those traps.
So Pugsley and Dandy, you look at each other. You are in agreement that these are not trapped, these doors.
Are the handles such that we could use a rope to tie them closed, secure?
Yes.
Like the chains on a skull after hours?
That'd be a lot quieter than spiking them shut.
Yes.
I'll do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
and what you know too is the doors open into the whatever the thing it opens into. It doesn't open towards you. So that's a.
How many feet of rope would it take? 10 maybe? 5?
Well, these are pretty substantial. They're 5 foot wide, 8 foot high. So you're gonna have to probably use half your rope.
Okay. I'll cut however much rope I need and
Okay.
use that.
Yep. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, no, it's to the party now. So there you stand at what appears to be this intersection, and so the only way now, other than back out, left would be heading down, heading to your right, heading south down the map.
Let's do that.
I want to try real quick. The handles, could something be balanced on the handles so that if somebody rattled them trying to get through from the inside, it would fall off and make noise?
Yeah, I mean, you could try something that, sure.
Yeah. I mean, something that would slide down and fall.
Yeah, glass and break, so we might have a little warning if something's trying to get through there.
Sure, it's just you have to let us know what it is off your, what you've got is what you have on your equipment list. So
My empty potion bottle.
That's what I was thinking, that, or maybe I have something in the big mouth I could pull out and
Yeah, I mean, the empty potion bottle, you could rest it upon one of the handles.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay, good idea. Yeah, great. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, so there it sits.
I get one last sip out of it if I can for a half a hit point. And
He's an addict. He loved it. It's a painkiller. That was good. Don't get addicted to pain. Don't get addicted to healing potions. I've been there. It's not good.
Get treatment.
Okay. Well,
I see a new backstory.
We got the crack smoking ogre and now a half elf hooked on healing potions.
Okay, so what do you guys? So they're at rest. What you guys gonna do?
Well, let's form back
South.
up and head south, or south according to the map.
Okay. So you're heading south, and if I recall correctly, Pugsley, the fearless leader, is in the front, right in the lead.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys start heading down, and you would notice with the bullseye lantern that you do see an end to this passageway heading south. You're not noticing any openings to the left or to the right. It just goes straight on down, and it comes to some double doors. But before you get there, as you're looking at that and you're saying, double doors ahead, Pugsley, unfortunately, you take a step and you are all of a sudden engulfed in flames. And the rest of you would see that flames are just, as far as you can see, are just engulfing the passageway. Pugsley, what do?
I dive backwards.
You dive back. Pugsley, so give me a D6. We let you do your own damage roll. A D6, please.
6. Lovely.
Pugsley comes walking out of the party, and who was number 2?
Me.
Dandy.
Dandy. All right. Dandy, give me so Pugsley is basically, I'll let you roll Pugsley's 2-hit roll on, well, you know what? Well, it should be a dex check better. So give me a D20. Dandy, the good news is your dex is an 18. So give me a D20. You want 18 or lower? Oh, it's close. So Pugsley is like coming at you, grabbing you. He seems to be a bit, flames are kind of on him. You dive out of the way, and Pugsley is standing there, and he's screaming. Parts of his equipment is on fire. It's not like
I used my cloak to help put the fire out on him.
Got it.
Smoldering
okay, very
dwarf.
good, Dandy. Smoldering, smells like dwarf. I love the smell of dwarf in the morning. So you smell dwarf flesh, and Dan, you take, so Pugsley, you took 6 points of damage, and it is very hot right now. I mean, obviously, so you've got this basically a tunnel of flame in front of you, smokeless flame.
It's still going after he's back out of it?
It is still going, indeed.
Like a pizza oven.
Sort of, yeah, that's
exactly.
right.
Exactly. So
crematorium, pizza oven.
Yeah, Pugsley. Unfortunately, Pugsley was the pizza in this hypothetical.
Well,
and that's what not to do.
That's right.
A teaching moment.
It's a teaching moment for those kids, the kids out there. All right, what do you do? So Pugsley is just smoking a little bit now, or whatever. Well, but so that hurt Pugsley. But there you
Didn't
stand.
burn my beard off, though,
is
right?
the flame such that I can use it to light my pipe?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yes, like
You can light your pipe off Pugsley at this point. So
Yeah.
Just
Oh yeah, no, wait, Pugsley needs to make a save for his beard. He's right. All right, roll a d20.
Oh.
You said
that's
it.
right. Don't ever give the DM something to roll for.
What's the save of hair
No,
versus
that's when it
flame?
gets fun.
Does he need a 20? Hair
Uh,
versus flame.
No, I'm a dwarf. It's got to have a +4
Yeah.
to it.
It's true. It's a little. It's like a Brillo
It's got
pad.
oil. It's got some, like some kind of oil sheen.
Oh, is that what he uses? He uses some special. He oils
That's right.
his beard. That is that.
Anti-planetary oils.
What did you roll on your d20, Pugsley?
A 9.
Yeah, all right. Your beard's a little singed, but it's
Sorry,
not
I'll
that you didn't
there.
lose your beard. So there you stand, and it's very hot. So you
I'm
guys
gonna
just
Lose
start.
my beard, then I
guys.
just turn into a gnome, right?
That's right. That's
Oh,
right, you know.
you just jump back in the fire if that was the case. You'd be.
Right.
James would have pushed you
Yeah,
if he was in the party.
How far down compared to where the flame is was it when he triggered it? Like, did he have to back up a long way, or did he have to just back up a little bit?
Just a little. So what it is so about 30 feet down on what appears to be maybe about 100 foot or so, or maybe 90 foot passage, 30 feet down, flame starts. And it's like just a wall. So it looks almost like it's, in some respects, it's real flame. Pugsley will tell you this. But it's almost like it's unnatural. So it's just there as a wall. And the problem now is you don't know how far it goes because you just see a wall of flame there.
I disbelieve illusion.
Okay?
I'm not testing it out.
You
You
Oh, you
think
handle
it's
that? Yeah.
looks. You feel the heat coming off Pugsley and go, yeah, that looks like flame. So, and kind of like what Dan's saying, from the stairs that you came from, where you could go forward, where the room that you barricaded with the rope, and you made the right, and now you're going down this hallway. This hallway appeared to be about, 80 feet down. About 30 feet from the intersection that, where you could go back in that room as you were going south, about 30 feet in, as Pugsley stepped, that's where the flames start. And the flames go a number of feet past it, and they're, obviously flaming now, so it's hard to see past them. But it's, it could be 30 feet, 40 feet past that. So that's what you're at right now.
Does it look like there's a pressure plate that's still depressed or anything?
No, you search around and you don't sense any sort of pressure plate. And so Mildred, in your opinion, Mildred, once you hear that, you kind of get the sense maybe there's some magics, involved here. And just to let you know, so Eslian, as you're standing there, you sort of sense maybe there's a passage here. Your just sort of elf sense leads you to believe that right before this flame, your elf ears are sort of tingling.
So she quickly pulls out her journal, writes down "Bird Dwarf to find secret passages," and then we'll start searching around.
I do not see
Okay, so everyone is sort of searching in that area, and Eslia, you do discover right before that wall of flame on your left-hand side. So as you're walking down, it would be on your left-hand side. You discover a door.
All right, I will point that out to our flaming leader and the tall fellow and ask them to do their thing.
I do my thing.
Do that
Okay.
thing you do. Got
All
it.
right.
That's good.
All right. So yeah, so you do that thing, and yeah, so you're able to pop this door. You find a secret passage. Looks like maybe a hidden entrance, and you notice that it goes. You see a passageway that goes straight. So if you're looking at the map, it would be going to the right, like going to the east, going about 25 feet. And then notice that it heads down. So it would be heading same direction that you were heading. Almost like this is sort of a what do you call those things in the big cities where you don't have to go through the city?
A
You can
bypass,
do
yeah.
Teleport.
almost like a bypass. Well, they're not there to teleport quite yet. So like a almost like this perhaps was a bypass.
Pugsley would know as a dwarf, this passage runs parallel to the flame thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not this. The part's going east doesn't, but then it probably, if you go, once you make the turn, it would be parallel.
Yeah.
From what you can tell.
Right.
It seems to make it. Yeah, exactly. It seems to head down, paralleling.
So
All right. Well, let's.
shine the bullseye lantern down that way, and let's head in. About how tall and wide is this passage?
So it is 5 feet wide and it is about 10 feet high.
Oh, plenty of room. All right, I'll head in there.
Okay, so we're marching. All right. So you go 20 feet across, and as you had noticed, it then heads south. And so now it would be heading parallel to the flame passage. And let me see, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Yes, you would notice about 60 feet down, because your bullseye lantern will go that far. You notice that it seems to come to an end, and then it seems to go to the left and the right, so to the east and the west. So if you're now heading south, you'd notice about 70 feet or so down, it goes to the east and the west. And also, you would notice about halfway down, it also goes to the left and the right. So you got a passageway heading south. About halfway down, you got a passageway to the left, passageway to the right, and then it comes to an end and goes to the left and to the right.
Well, I say we shine the bullseye lantern as we get to each intersection. Shine it to the right, see what we can see. Shine it to the left, and make a decision if we need to go into one of these places or just head directly to the tomb.
Got it. Okay. So as the party shines, so you come to that first intersection and you shine the light to your right, which would be heading back in the direction. So it would be going west, heading back in the direction of that flame passage. What's odd to you is it just comes to an end after about 20 feet. It just ends. And Pugsley, your dwarf sense would tell you that it seems to end probably right about where that where that flame tunnel was, and probably a little bit shy of where those double doors were. As you may remember, when you looked down that passage initially before you got the flames, you noticed that that passage heading south ended in some double doors. And Pugsley, your sense would be, this sounds to me, the sense I get is that I don't know why it ends there, but if it didn't end there, it would probably be close to those double doors. Whether there's flame there or not, you don't know. Shining it on the other way, it also comes to an end. On the way toward the flame passage, it is basically sheer. It's like it was built to end. The other way, it goes probably like about 80 feet. And you notice that it comes to an end where it looks like people just stopped digging. And you notice that they're on that way, heading east, about 50 feet down, there is an opening heading north and an opening heading south. And then, of course, if you continued south from your current location, you notice then the openings to the left and the right.
I say we keep going south.
Stay on the path directly to the tomb.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm assuming the first intersection is just not on this map, and the second intersection is the one that's drawn.
Pugsley, in your opinion, that would be correct. In your opinion, if you are trying to follow the map to get to the tomb, you would predict that the first left and right passage is actually roughly halfway down that passage south.
Okay.
And that continuing down would most likely align with heading toward the tomb as depicted on the map.
Okay. Do you guys play that thieves can set traps with their find remove trap thing, or is it strictly
Yeah,
for
they can
finding
get-
and removing?
Yeah, James, I
They
think
can set traps, yeah,
the
same
DMG
percentage, yeah.
They can set, right? Same
But you
percentage. I mean, you got to have stuff. Right?
Yes, and you have to give us an elaborate diagram. So we're going to take a break for about 35 minutes, and you can contract that. But if you want to make like a simple snare fall or something like that, you could. But it's going to take some time to do that.
I was just wanting to do something relatively simple that would make noise to alert us if somebody comes from one of these hallways is all, but I don't want to spend a bunch of time on it, so
Take all of our empty soup cans, tie them to the rope,
there you go.
Yeah.
like an early alarm system.
That's what I was thinking, but
Yeah.
it may not be.
I mean, I assume James, they've got enough equipment. I mean, to make some sort of makeshift thing that would make noise
Yeah.
if somebody stepped
I
there,
got
right?
the big mouth. I could have all kinds of
Yeah.
stuff in there.
It's all sorts of junk from.
Yeah, it's just how long do you
Yeah.
want? How long are you going to spend doing that? That's the question.
Yeah.
I personally don't think it's necessary. That's my vote.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm not married to it, so
Yeah, it would at least take 10 minutes to do something, but probably half an hour. You would be offended with the trap that you'd make at 10 minutes.
okay. Half hour's probably. I probably don't want to spend that much time on it. I mean, you guys agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think more chance. The longer we stand still, the better chance of something coming up on us.
Okay. Let's just keep going then.
Okay, so it sounds like you're heading south, and then you are heading west, right? Because you're going
Yes.
to. Got it. Okay, so as far as the bullseye lantern can see, this 5-foot passageway continues, and you continue and you continue, and probably after about you see 100 feet down this passageway as you continue walking, you then do see it ends with a stone door.
Guys, I remember hearing something about some sort of disease. So do we need to be careful of that, or is that something that was 100 years ago that's gone?
Yeah, Stonefist died of a rotting disease. That is the. I don't know if that's the legend or the fact.
And this is his tomb?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's what the information that the sage gave you. So the sage did research, and the research the sage came with was that historically it was told that he had died of a horrible rotting disease and had built a tomb to hide himself and his stuff. And you don't know if this is his tomb, but you're in the right location. The map said the jutting peaks. That's where you are.
So is this
I don't
guy
know what-
turn out to be a mummy or something?
Why would you put that out there?
Yeah, just give that the DM some
super
ideas.
Is it too late to improvise, James? I'm sending you a
Right.
text, James.
So scratch skeleton that we had, right? Add,
Right,
replace
right.
mummy.
Right.
I've got more, guys.
Got it.
Right.
Super mummy.
So it's a mummy and a lich,
Lich,
now.
yeah.
It's not just
A
the
lummy,
lich.
a lummy,
Okay.
lich mummy. Got it.
So a mummy lich hybrid
Yeah.
by a strange masochism.
Yeah.
Who did the owl bear?
That's right. Has a taste for human flesh.
I stand behind the
That's right.
cleric.
Don't they all?
All right. So
All right.
As far as the disease, I don't know what we could do to lessen our chances of getting a disease. I mean, I have a strong dwarven constitution, so I'm not really worried, but
Well, we do have a cleric.
make a mask out of our cloaks.
Maybe the cleric has to cure disease or remove curse or something. Should worst come to worst.
Yeah, that's beyond my spell capability.
I would like, when we get to this door or proceed past it, I'm going to use my bow instead of my sword.
Okay. Got it. Yep. Got it.
All right. Well, let's check this thing for traps.
So just
Okay,
to clarify, you guys went to the bottom and you're going back west and you're going all the way down the passageway, correct?
Yes,
Yeah, that's what
we should search for traps. Maybe does anyone have a 10-foot pole or something so we can make sure we don't step on any more plates?
I do
don't-
not have a pole.
But you can you could certainly use a sword, if you wanted to do that first and then search too. So if you want to take those double precautions, that's certainly fine. Pugsley, and I assume it's a Pugsley and Dandy show.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So Pugsley and Dandy take out, they're using either if they've got a sword or somebody's sword, and they're, tapping as they go and following along slowly. So this is quite time consuming, right? So you're doing this the whole way down?
Sure.
Okay. So this is going to be,
How long do we think that'll take to go that whole west hallway doing that? The ogre's back.
Yeah, you tricked me. That's right. Why was I so scared? I've never been scared before. Okay, so this is going to take some time, but you can certainly do that.
I'll say
That's a grog line.
30 or 40 feet behind the guys checking the floor.
Okay, all right. So let me just do some rolling here. Okay, so as you're slowly going down, you are neither one of you are picking up any traps, and you make it to the door without triggering anything and without discovering any traps. So there you stand in front of this this stone door. Does have a handle, appears to open outward.
Search the door for traps.
Yeah.
Okay. Neither one of you discover any traps.
Does it appear to be locked? Is there a keyhole or anything like that?
No, it just it looks there's no keyhole. It looks heavy. It looks like it's not been disturbed.
Any frog faces we might push in?
Unfortunately, there's no frog faces.
It's frog face free. Sorry.
All right. Well, I'll have
James,
Pokey in one hand and
I'm sorry?
try and pull the door open.
I am
Okay.
texting you, James. Don't be nervous, guys.
I'm standing back with my bow while he's opening the door, or
Oh.
trying to open the door.
Okay. All right, so the door is very heavy. You might call this sort of your typical dungeon stuck door. So it's so heavy.
Human made.
Exactly. Again, human made. It doesn't open easily. That's actually why doors are so hard to open, because they're made by humans. So
Well, before they start pushing and prodding and bashing in this door, I'm going to cast silence, 15-foot radius at that door.
okay. Okay.
On
Got
the
it.
door
All right.
itself?
Actually, on let's do it on Pugsley.
Oh, you
So
could
that
do it on one of my sling bullets so we could send it somewhere if we needed to.
Well, it's a 15-foot radius, and if I cast it on a person, it will move with you.
Well, I know. I was just thinking on one of my sling bullets, it would still move, and then I could throw it into a room or something if we needed it, depending on how
I
long
think
it
that's a
lasts.
better idea.
So okay, we wouldn't hear where it went though. So okay, yeah, I guess if I cast it on the sling bullet, and he's holding it, it's still silent,
Yeah.
and then you can sling that bullet somewhere. All right, yeah, let's do that and see what happens.
All right, so just to
Okay.
review, I just want to make sure. So is Mildred, are you with the party now, or are you still back a ways?
I'm still like 30 feet.
Okay,
behind
but
them.
the rest of the three of you are by the door, and Estlin.
I'm standing back with my bow
Okay,
out.
are you with Mildred or halfway between? Okay,
Sure.
all right. So
I think I'm the only one actually right
and
at
then
the door.
Estlin's a little closer to Pugsley than the other two. Is that fair? Because you're going to cast a
Right,
spell.
yeah, we sort of switched
Right.
up.
Okay.
Right. And I've got a 30-foot diameter. And, okay,
And-
yeah. And so I'm going to cast it on that object, which Pugsley's
Okay,
holding.
so now you guys are silenced because you cast it on the object and you're standing within the thing. Is that correct? And the other two
Yes.
are not silent because they're outside. They're more towards the they're about 30 feet away behind. Okay, so I need actually I'm going to need Billy for you to roll a d6. 2. Okay, so as you are, as Mildred and you are intent at looking down the hallway, you get the sense that perhaps you are not by yourself anymore, and you turn around, and you notice a giant. You notice a something crawling on the ceiling as in the darkness, and you look up, and this giant creature is leering over you, just about to strike at Mildred and its initiative.
Oh, no.
Oh boy.
So our actions first?
Yes.
Or
So
do we-
actually, yeah,
yeah.
Martin, you are in the box because Brian lost the last one. So you didn't really notice it, but Dandy goes, and you kind of look up, and there's this creature that is affixed to the ceiling and is descending upon you.
So do we get any actions, or do I just roll for it?
No, you get your action at this point.
Okay, so I'll just try to jump away, to dive as far east as I
Okay,
can.
great. And Dandy,
So it's about to hit Mildred, not me.
everything looks like, because you're obviously a halfling, you're looking up. The perspective that you have is this creature is descending. It seems to be on the ceiling. It's a giant centipede-looking thing. You've never seen one this large, and it appears to be peering down on you. And obviously, from your perspective, it looks like it's going after Mildred at this point.
I will shoot it with my
Okay.
bow. With non-magic arrows.
And so for the other two, I'm going to have to. You're going to get a. I'm going to give you a wisdom check after the initiative to see if you actually, now that you're silenced, you don't hear anything. You're in the cone of silence at this point. So whether you perceive it or not, we'll have to roll that. So, Martin, the creature rolled a 2 for initiative.
1.
Okay,
Sorry.
so the creature is successful. All right, so fortunately for you, for whatever reason, even though you're closer to it, it lunges past you, and it's going towards the halfling who has his bow. What's your Dandy? What's your armor class?
3.
Armor class 3. Oh, so this creature strikes you with its. You're actually hit by it. So I need you to roll a d20, please. 17. Okay, you're successful. This viscous liquid hits you as it strikes you, and you're fortunately you feel a sense of that you're not able to move, but you shrug it off, and you're able to continue your action. So Mildred, you jumped out of the way, but now this creature is very close to Danny. What do you do besides jumping away?
I will pull out my. Let's see what sort of weapons do I have. I have. I don't seem to have any weapons. Robe, belt, boot, pepper pouch.
I think you have a
there should-
dagger +1.
Yeah, there's a separate section for weapons.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, staff plus
Oh,
one.
yes, sure. A staff plus one. I'll use my staff to attack the
Okay.
creature.
Give me a d20. 17. That is a hit. Because you have a +1 staff, correct? All right.
That's
So
correct.
roll a d6. Wow.
6, so
I assume
7.
you don't have a strength bonus, correct?
No, I do. I think I have a strength penalty actually.
Yeah. It's -2 to hit. Mildred has a five.
We have a str-
Mildred has a 5
Oh,
strength.
-2 to hit or -2 to damage?
I have -2 to hit, -1 to damage.
And what did you roll? A 17? And, yeah, what level are you?
I
5.
am
Oh,
level
you missed. I'm
5.
sorry. If you get a -2 to hit, I didn't realize I forgot your strength was a 5. You struck at the head. You struck at the head of this thing, which was right near Dandy, and you missed. But
Basically, anyone would have hit. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Yeah.
anyone else would have hit. That's right. Okay, so Dandy, you get your 2 shots.
Okay. I get a +3.
Okay.
There's a 7 and a 13.
And you're a 3rd level fighter thief, correct?
I hit armor class 5 at the best.
Okay, because that's 13 total. You added your pluses with that? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
I'm sorry,
Unfortunately,
yes.
you missed twice. All right, so Elslin, roll a d20 to see if you're the shadow from behind you, the large shadow you actually pay attention to as you guys are fixated at the door.
Yeah, 'cause they don't
That's
hear
right.
anything.
They don't hear
right?
anything.
They're just
11.
talking.
11. Okay, well, you notice that the light has changed behind you. It's gotten really dark, and you've been a little annoyed by the fact that they were supposed to be guarding it. And you look back and you see, now, again, Pugsley is focused on the door, so I'm not even, but you are able to notice that there is this giant creature suspended on the ceiling, striking what appears to be at the halfling as Dandy is dashing around trying to shoot arrow, and Mildred trying to strike with her staff.
Took everything she had just to swing.
That's right. So what do you do?
Well, since I noticed that there's a shift in the light, I'm going to prepare to cast light on the creature.
Okay.
Perhaps trying to blind it if it has eyes. I don't know if it will be effective.
It does have, I mean, from what you can tell, it has eyes. So, again, it's in the darkness, but that's what you see so far. Okay, great. So now,
I may have to move out of the silence.
yeah, you have to find out if it has a verbal component.
Yeah. I think
So I'm
it
going to allow
does.
you to move towards,
Yeah, verbal and
yeah, so
somatic.
you're going to have to basically move about, you'll be about 10 feet away from the combat. That's the range of where you're at in order to get out of the silence. And I'll let you do that now, and you get your spell components so that next round you can start casting. All right, so
Am I oblivious?
you
to
are
what's going on behind
you
me?
are focused on the door. That's what you were working on.
Can I check the door for
Yes,
traps?
you
then?
can. Or we'll
Oh, sure.
yes, we'll check for traps. Well, go ahead. You can roll it yourself. Actually, you can't. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Dan has to. It's not locks. I thought I meant open locks.
Dang, if I'd been
Right.
that dice rolled in.
Yeah, so Pugsley is, you're not paying any attention to what's going on behind you, and you're checking this door, and this horrific scene is unplaying, not to your knowledge. You, in your opinion, this door is not
Yeah, and that
trapped.
took 5 or 6 minutes. So you may, by the time you're done, they'll either be all dead or, so
That's right. You're like, where is everybody? There's just nothing.
nothing back.
Just all gone.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
good here,
All right, guys, anyone? Bueller?
More treasure
Exactly.
for you.
They served their purpose. They got you to the door. What else you want?
Right? Yeah.
You're just thinking to yourself, why didn't I take more stuff from Eslin when she was knocked out? All right, so it's initiative. Actually, I'm going to skip you. No, Craig, you can roll for the party, but your actions, you're still searching. Dandy, you're going to keep shooting. It's going to be hard to shoot because you're now engaged in combat.
If I drop my bow and take out my swords, is that going to use a round, or can I still
I
attack?
will allow you to attack.
I would like to
if you
do
drop
that.
your weapon and pull out, you can use both. Basically, you're just dropping him, pull him out, and attacking. Yeah, that's no problem.
With sword and
All right.
dagger. All right.
Estlin, you're going to cast light. Is that your still action? So
Yes.
as you emerge from the silence, you hear the screams of, "Oh my God, what is that thing?" And
Here, Eslian!
that's right. Help! We help! We got a problem. Mildred, what's your plan? Oh, you're muted. Sorry, buddy.
Sorry, I'll use my scroll of magic
Okay,
missile.
very good.
Too hard to. With my,
All right, so Craig, you're in the box. I rolled a 6 for the creature.
I rolled a 1.
Okay. So,
We're on fire tonight.
in fuego. So he's going to the creature.
Literally, the dwarf was
That's
on
right.
fire.
The creature still seems to be very interested in the small morsel. So he's going to.
Why?
Because you have that exciting. You just seem very tasty.
Because I'm the handsome. That's so
And
much.
so you see it reach out with its multiple tentacles and it misses you. So you can, let's see, starting.
On that Cthulhu
Start, yeah, it has, yeah, you, now that you've engaged with it, it's a long creature, about 9 foot long. It has, like a centipede body. It's suspended from the ceiling, and its 2 eyes are kind of, they glaze over, and it has a number of tendrils with this viscous substance that is slathering off of it, and it's trying to strike you with it. And behind it, it has some, you notice in the tendrils, there's some kind of maw with teeth in it. And so it missed. So from the top, we go, Dandy, you can get your attacks in.
Okay. There is a 12. That's hits armor class
That's a
6. And there is a
That's a hit.
19 that hits armor class -1.
That's a hit.
Nice.
Okay. Is this a large
This
or
is a
medium
large creature.
Figures. That is 3 points of
3
damage.
points. Okay, so you strike it, and you notice the head, because that's the easiest part for you to get at, because it's the one attacking you. It's very, it's very structurally sound. It almost feels like you're hitting plate mail from it. It seems very like it almost has an armored carapace around it. Not that it's external to it. It's just very well done after you strike it. Next is Brian. You casting light still? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So I think he gets a saving throw to see if it doesn't hit him directly.
Yes.
It would be right in front of him. He misses. So yes, he is now has a big bright light in front of him, and again now you have a very clear vision of this horror that's suspended from the ceiling. All right, so that light is, and it kind of shrieks at it. It's definitely frustrating it because it can't shake it off. So Mildred, you cast your magic missiles. You have how many magic missiles? Did we write that down?
It's a scroll.
So it's at least
So
7th level. So I would say 4.
Yeah. So. Yes, exactly.
Sudden bright light distract me, so I turn and look over my shoulder. Maybe.
You are so fixated in this right now.
Oh man.
You're
Okay.
a real
That's right.
professional.
How much
You're in
damage did
zone.
you do?
Dwarven quality.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Martin. What'd you say? 14
damage.
damage. So you see Mildred calmly pull out.
No, sorry. That's not it. 13. It is 9 plus 4. So
13?
Yeah. 13.
Can she lift a wand?
What's a scroll?
Do we need a roll? Oh, it's a scroll. Can she lift a scroll? Do we need a roll?
Sorry.
For that?
So she incants these spells, and these missiles project out of her hands after casting. The 4 missiles strike true into the creature, and you hear it shudder, and it falls. I'm going to need Dandy to make a dex check or be crushed by the creature as it falls down.
Awesome. 6.
All right, you leap out of the way, and the creature shudders down before you, and it appears to be not moving. Its very illuminated head now allowing light to see up throughout the thing.
And right when that happens, you hear Pugsley say, "The door's not
Well,
trapped."
you don't hear anything from Pugsley because it's silent.
Oh, that's right. It's silence. You see his mouth moving.
Yeah, you turn back after.
Doing elaborate sign language that I
You
know
turn
nothing
around,
about.
and now Pugsley, you see, and you're in horror. You see this very odd scene, like the rest of your party is silhouetted, and there's a light behind them, right? And behind it, you get a vision of some kind of weird, something taking up the passageway.
I get my bow.
All right.
Okay. All right.
I
So
tell him to quit screwing around and get back to work in sign language.
okay. Yeah, because the silence was on an object, if I recall correctly, right?
Yeah, it's on my sling bullet.
It's on your sling. Okay, on Pugsley's. Who's?
Yeah, it's some.
Who's
On my,
holding?
one of my sling
Right.
stones.
Got it. Got it. So it's emanating around you. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So,
So-
yeah. So there you all stand.
Ashley and I ask tall fellow Dandy, let's cut off the head of this illuminated creature, carefully avoiding the its
Drippy
saliva.
parts?
Yeah, its drippy parts, and we can, I don't know, kind of put it on a stick and have a light in case our oil burns out. And we could always use that for our advantage some way or another.
Estlin, what level are you again?
Aslan is 4th level
Okay.
cleric.
You've got about 5 minutes left of silence at this point.
Okay.
The stuff glows in the dark, you said?
No.
I casted light on the
Oh, I
head
see.
of this. I'm assuming it's a carrion crawler.
Well, I've got a torch. I don't think you can carry around a
You've never
corpse.
Right,
you've
but
never
this
seen
thing-
one, Estlin, but you're pretty sure that's what it was.
Yeah, but this light lasts for like 2 hours.
Yeah, it's like
I think it's brighter than a torch
Yeah.
too, isn't it?
it's
Right.
a
James, in your opinion, James, would there be some risk from handling
well,
this?
as long as there
If there is.
well, I mean, again, if there would be normally not, but if they're in combat and they drop it or try to pick it up, then I'd say at that point. I mean, they're basically they have gloves and that kind of stuff, so I'll give them a break. I'd rather it happen at the more inopportune moment than now. So.
Right. You want them paralyzed during
Right,
combat,
right.
not
well,
now.
we don't know.
That's
Hey,
right.
we don't know if we don't paralyzation.
Whoa.
Slow down. We just know sticky substance.
Whoa, hey,
Hey,
whoa,
hey,
whoa. DM
Hey,
slip up.
don't get.
You
How
need,
heavy-
you need
I
that
can
little
cut
thing
the
to
hat
mute
off,
me.
but I don't want to be the one carrying it around.
Right, how heavy
I'll
is it?
carry it. I'll carry it. No, the
I mean,
man will
it's
carry it.
it's
Can you
it's
carry
like this big. I mean,
Crushes
it's my hands can't fit in it. It's a 9-foot creature. I mean, it's like
It's like one of those heads for
it's
like,
like a big
you know,
pumpkin.
in, like,
it's a
the
it's a
costumes.
jacko carrier now. It's
Can you just like chop out the area where the light spell is cast and
Yeah.
carry a chunk of its flesh with the light
Well, the
spell on it?
idea is
Gouge its eye out.
The
Because
idea is
it-
to use it as light
Yeah,
and
and
to
give
use
off.
the paralysis against our enemies if there are any.
yeah. Well,
okay.
I think after a few minutes you could do that, but your silence would be over. That's really as long as you could. You're gonna have to cut it out and
Okay, never
get some
mind
of the
that.
guts. I mean, this thing's like this big. You're gonna have to cut it off the body and then figure out how to maneuver it, kind of thing.
Let's take the silence to our advantage. Let's
Yeah.
do it.
Okay.
I'm
All right,
pointing
so
at the
we'll
door with the
leave that
thumbs up
there.
sign.
Yeah, so it's too big for us, so we'll just leave that illuminating the hallway and have Pugsley open up the door.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I will do that.
Once again, I'm ready with my bow.
Okay. All right. So Pugsley, I'm going to need an open door roll here because this is a pretty heavy and stuck door. It looks like it's not been opened in a
Okay.
long time.
It says I have a 2 and 6.
Yep.
You want me to roll that or you?
You can roll it.
Okay. 3.
So Dandy's like, ugh.
This pushes open, right?
No.
It opens outward, actually.
Oh, outward. Okay. Well, we've got some rope still. Let's tie it up and we all pull on it together.
Oh, okay. So if everyone is combining, just somebody roll. So someone want to roll a d6 for me, and I'll combine all your strengths, which would probably get you to at least a 5. I assume a 6 will always fail.
All
So
right. I'll roll again. I got
go.
dice ready. I got a 3 again.
Yes. Okay. So with all of you combined, and with Mildred helping to push it over the top, you are able to slide open this door. And again, sort of a kind of a rush of pressurized air comes past you, suggesting this place hasn't been opened in a very long time. So there it is. It's open enough for you to get in anyway.
Okay. Well, can I poke my head through the door and see if I see anything in there?
Yep, absolutely.
My infravision before it gets spoiled.
Yeah, who is this?
Pugsley,
This
yeah.
is Pugsley?
Pugsley, yeah.
Pugsley, yeah. So yes, you'd have to get your light source, because we have a light source going still. We got that carrying
they can
collar
see.
back
You know,
there.
it's
Yeah.
kind of like they have this big torch behind. You know, big. It's like
Yeah.
you know they're on their 4x4 and they've got the light shooting down the hallway there. That's
Right. So unfortunately, Pugsley, that carrion crawler would be destroying your infravision. It'd be washing it
Okay.
out. But if you got a bullseye, I mean, so obviously you can use other light sources to look in there.
I'll go block the carrion crawler. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So sorry.
just
So,
hugging the
again, all right.
carrion crawler. That's good.
You can probably just put his hand over that
Yeah, well,
spot, right?
put a cloak.
Okay, you're-
you know, he's got the
you're paralyzed
cloak.
now.
Yeah, we get it. She's weak, but she's a genius, so that's fine.
Okay, so all right, so eventually you're able to get it dark enough that your infravision is working, and what you're noticing is that you're not sensing anything alive. Everything there doesn't seem to be any real differences in heat sources. So you would know that if there was openings, it would probably pick up differences in heat sources at the openings.
Sure.
You're not seeing any differences in heat sources. So it doesn't mean, of course, you've done this long enough. It doesn't mean that there's not stuff in there, but if there's stuff in there, it's all the same temperature, and it's been there and no openings.
Okay. Well, I'll just kind of sign for them to follow, and I'll go in.
Okay, you're gonna go in. So any light source other than infravision at this point?
I don't have one.
Oh, we still have the bullseye lantern and we have the carrion crawler.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're gonna use either or both?
I can't carry the lantern and my bow.
Yeah, that's only a 2
Could
foot
Mildred carry the
rope.
lantern?
I'll pick up the lantern.
Okay.
Mildred will pick up the lantern.
Okay. Mildred attempts to pick up the lantern and she succeeds. And so when you shine the lantern, I'm sure it's getting old for Mildred. When you shine the lantern in there, what you notice is you see a room that is left to right, so north to south, is about 25 feet across, so about 10 feet to your left, 10 feet to your right, with this basically a 10-foot opening, and it is 20 feet deep, so 20 feet east to west. And what you notice is an ornate sarcophagus placed along the west, so the far wall. You notice several chests and urns are set along the north wall, and you notice in the center of the room 6 skeletons holding swords, and you see no exit to the room. What do you do?
I'm moving to the right so Eslian doesn't run me over as she goes to check out the undead.
Yeah, right. Get out of the way.
I cast
Coming through, sir.
protection from evil.
Okay.
Nice.
Won't necessarily help us if there are just skeletons, right? But if there's something else here.
Got it. All right. So Martin, you cast protection from evil, and you notice this aura sort of. Okay, that's a radius spell, area effect spell, or is it a person
1 foot
spell?
around one person.
Yeah, this is first level one, yeah.
Got it. Okay, so you notice you hear.
Well, you try to
hear-
cast it.
Oh.
Yeah, you start opening your mouth
right.
and you go, oh, I forgot the stupid silence is still on.
Oh.
So
Thank you, James.
Right. I'll put the lantern down and step backwards out of the room, far enough to be able to cast protection. From
okay, well you can do that. And what you notice is, so Pugsley, you guys open the door. No one is in the room, correct, at this point?
I think
Okay,
I
so yeah,
am.
so what happens is Mildred starts moving back. Again, it's hard to communicate because you're all silenced. Pugsley moves in, and when Pugsley moves in, the skeletons that were surrounding the sarcophagus, their lights, their eyes illuminate in a red glow and start moving towards the dwarf, and it is initiative. So.
That's back to
Billy at this point.
We need to get rid of the silence stone.
So
Are we doing initiative or
we're declaring and then initiative. So you get to you're in the box, Billy.
I'm going to shoot skeletons.
Okay, with your bow, is that correct?
Oh.
And you're
Correct.
basically in the marching order. You're behind Pugsley. Mildred was moving back. So Brian, what are you doing? You're like outside the room.
and I can see the
Yes.
skeletons. I am rushing forward, saying, "These are our friends. Don't shoot. These are our friends." And I'm going to convincingly stand forth with my holy symbol and turn these skeletons to our service.
Yeah.
So that's your action.
As I elbow tall fellow in the forehead as I go by. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! These are our friends.
So next is Martin. You're moving You're moving back and going to cast protection from evil, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then Pugsley, you're in the room. You see these skeletons moving towards you. Their eyes glowing, burning, ruby colored.
I'm just gonna chuck the stone with the silence spell
Which way?
at them.
Okay.
and move to the right.
All right. So this room, as Dan described, is 20 feet deep by 25 foot wide.
Yeah, I just want to move out of a little ways to the right, out of the doorway.
Okay. So you're going to move to the right. Okay. Because now the door is open. You're basically moving past to the right. Okay, great. So it's initiative. So the monsters, they rolled a 5. Billy, it's on you.
I also rolled
Okay,
a
so
5.
it's simultaneous. This is how we're going to adjudicate it. You get one of your shots off, Dandy.
17 hit armor class
That's a hit.
1.
So roll 2d6. 1d6 for your damage and the d6 to figure out which skeleton you hit.
That's a 2 for damage, and I was going to shoot the one closest to
Okay.
Pugsley. Unless you still want
Nope,
me to
that's
roll.
fine. You're going to shoot. I'll say this is the one that's closest to him. So we're going to call him number 1.
Okay. Number 1.
Who is number 2? Okay. Who does number 2 work for? Next.
Number 6.
So Brian, the skeletons are moving closer. You move forward and you realize that part of the power of suggestion to undead requires you to speak, which right now you're not going to be able to do. So you're going to have to wait until Pugsley chucks the stone.
Okay.
You start with your great conversion discussion, and you realize that, oh yeah, this is problematic. This silent thing is becoming it's becoming a little bit of annoyance. But
Now we have what, maybe 2 more
yes,
minutes?
but yeah, you have a couple of minutes left. So then, Martin, you step out. You walk about 10 feet away behind, and you finish your casting of protection from evil. So you have protection from evil, correct?
Right,
Okay.
Thank you.
And so now, Pugsley, you're chucking the stone, correct? So
Yeah.
here's
Just get it away.
So
from us.
here's what I'm going to do. Since if you make your roll to hit, I'm going to say you lob it in the corner like you want it to, basically as far away as possible. If you miss really bad, it ricochets back towards you. Okay? So
Okay.
just roll a d20.
Would this be considered a missile attack? So
Yeah,
I get my
yeah.
dex
You're
bonus?
basically attacking armor class 10. You know, you're attacking
Okay.
the wall by lobbing it over there.
Okay. I got a
7. Okay,
17
so you
on the die, plus
easily
2.
you gracefully chuck it into the corner of the room, and at that point, Estlin will be able to. Dan, are you muted?
I was.
Okay,
Thank
okay,
you.
great. Because
Your microphone's away from your mouth.
Your mic. There you go.
Thank you. I was drinking orange juice. I didn't
Okay,
want to share.
so what that means is, Estlin, your turn and invocation will happen at the end of the round, which means the skeletons will move forward and attack. 3 of them, actually 4 of them will be able to attack the dwarf, and the other 2 are just kind of are trying to move towards the halfling, but probably, actually they will get towards the halfling because. Pugsley, you said you moved to the right to throw your stone. So,
Yeah.
all right. So, what's your armor class, Pugsley?
These are ogre skeletons, right?
No, unfortunately, they are stupid man skeletons.
Mummy lip
That's right.
skeletons.
Probably the idiots that made
That's
these
right.
doors.
That's all right.
All right, my armor class is
4. That's a miss. That's a hit. That's a hit. Ooh, that's a hit too. Wow. You can roll 3d6 for yourself.
Oh, well, thank you.
And the other
8. And if I get this one more than 1, I'm screwed. Okay, I'm at
All right,
-1.
oh jeez. So unfortunately, your excellent throw and chucking the stone at the thing, you did a good thing. Downside to it,
wide
a flurry of blows struck you from there. The 2 attacks on Dandy after shooting. You'll get your second shot after the attacks, by the way. You got hit once, so roll a d6. Okay, you take 1, and now your bow goes off, Dandy, and then your turn. You're going to try to cajole them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. You're happy-go-lucky. What level are you? 3rd level?
No, I'm a
4th level cleric. 4th level. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
So I think you automatically turn them, but we need to. What is he? Chaotic neutral. What's the alignment? Is he?
That's correct, yes.
Her.
And I'm
Yeah.
going to compel them to my
Okay.
service.
So they will. So first, did you hit Billy?
I rolled an 18
That's a
to
hit. Do you hit the same guy? Then he's
Sure.
dead. When the DM asks you if you hit the
Okay.
same guy, you say, yes, I hit the same guy. So,
So just to clarify, you allow arrows to do damage to
yeah, half
skeletons?
damage. The
Okay.
piercing kind of thing. Yeah, he basically
Okay.
shot his arm off or something like that. So, yeah. They're not completely, skeletal where it shoots through it like a piercing thing. But so, okay, roll d12, Estlin, to see how many creatures are affected by your turning.
Okay. And there's
That
5
is
of
correct.
them left. Okay. I rolled
Okay,
a
so
5.
now I'm going to roll their reaction roll. That's how we do it for these chaotic neutral things, to see if because they will either be neutral towards you or they will be favorable towards you. So I'm going to roll that. But I don't know if you can see it, but I rolled 00. They love you.
Oh my
They're
gosh!
like,
Wow.
we've been waiting. It's like a Foreigner song came on.
Are you
I've been
Orcus?
waiting for a girl like you to come into the...
It's like Eslian and Orcus. They're like
That's right.
equal.
I rolled a 100. So you have standing there, you see 5 skeletons just at your command.
Cool. Well, I pull out my iPhone and get a quick selfie with them, and so I will. I don't know for how long they will be under my command, so I'm going to have them start opening up the urns and the jars, like 1 skeleton per urn, or I don't know how many urns there are. After I command that to happen, I'm going to start casting Cure Light Wounds on my fellow leader, or on Pugsley, our fallen leader.
So I mean they will, they're kind of, I think they have some ability to open urns. I mean, they can do simple things. They're more like knock over the urns than, they're,
right.
So,
see what kind of treasure or nasties that are in there.
I'm going to keep watch and make sure nothing sneaks up on us.
Okay,
to kill
so
us.
you're looking back, and Mildred, what are you doing?
I'm just standing back, like at the entrance of the room.
Okay.
Has the other spell stopped
Well,
working?
you got this. You got this now, Dan. So.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I can tell you, so as the skeletons are fumbling and trying to they turn over the urns, as the urns are being pushed over and the chest is sort of being toppled, coins just slide all underneath your feet.
This is what I'm talking
You would
about.
estimate there's probably in excess, Pugsley, you're pretty good at estimating the amount of coinage as
When
a
I'm not
dwarf.
dead.
Yeah, he's
when
out.
you're not dead.
That's right.
He's at
He got
-1
assaulted.
right now.
He got.
But unfortunately, Pugsley can't do that. But the others would estimate that you're roughly talking, you're looking at like about 20,000 coins just spilled amongst your feet. Almost all of them silver. And you've got a
I'm going to go ahead
sarcophagus.
and cast
closed.
Cure Light Wounds, and that's a D8.
Yep. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
All right.
So
So you're
I'll
putting
go-
casting on Pugsley.
Yeah, I will go ahead and get him back to consciousness, hopefully, and then give him a drink of my healing potion.
Okay. So
I've got some ripple if you want it.
Dwarven Ripple wine.
Yeah, I've got a +5. So 5 on the Cure Light Wounds to Pugsley,
Okay.
and then grudgingly, I give him a half of a sip. Actually, I dip my finger into the healing potion and drop it onto his tongue. Say, "This is mine." No, I'll give him a full drink, for another D8's worth. So that's another 3 points. And that's a total of 8, so he should have 7. What's your max, Pugsley?
18.
18? All right, I'll give him another full drink, or keep one back in case one of us falls. And that's all the healing that I have. So I'll give him another, 2 drinks, and plus so that's another, terrible, 1.
Alrighty. Better than it was before.
All right. Well, the good news is, Pugsley, when you come back, you find yourself just sort of awash in silver pieces.
I'm going to get out the big mouth and start shoveling them in.
You got it. All right. So
How much was it? Did we get an estimation?
of how much?
20,000.
Oh yeah. So Pugsley can give. I foresaw the future. Pugsley, you would estimate this is probably around 20,000 or so silver pieces, and you notice here and there's a gold piece. You'd probably estimate on your count, probably about 200 gold pieces.
Cool.
1,000 to 1,200 gold pieces, give or take, in value.
About 200, so about 20,000 silver pieces
That's
and 200 gold.
Yeah, so 20,000 silver pieces, 1,000
Oh,
pieces.
got it. Sorry, you're doing the conversion. There you go.
Fair enough. Okay, so what might be in this big sarcophagus then?
So what you gonna do with it? Because it is closed.
Let me suggest something, just in order to not make any more magical mistakes. Maybe the rest of you could stand back, and the skeletons can open the sarcophagus. And should there be some sort of horrible, mean undead in there, I can cast slow on it. But if I do that, I'd rather not cast it on you guys.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
I am at one end of the room out of, hopefully, area of effect of whatever he's going to do. And I have +1 arrows ready.
Are there any other items, or is it just coins that were in the urn and the chest? Do we see any gems, any weapons, scrolls, potions?
You do not. All you saw were the coins. That's all that was in
Wands,
there.
Staffs, ointments, nothing.
Yeah, not
All
just
right, well,
coins.
if we're going
That's
to
it.
open the sarcophagus, I'll stop loading up the big mouth and get my sling out.
Okay. And so I think you said you're going to have the skeletons try to open that thing. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
that'll be
so-
good.
Friends
Okay.
of the room and the rest of them stand behind me, right? Because what's the area effect of a slow spell? It is.
It'll take up the whole room, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I think, or you cast it on a creature. I think it's area of effect, yes. So Esselyn is going to stand back with her after she commands the skeletons to attempt to open up the sarcophagus. She's going to stand ready with her holy symbol.
Okay. All right. So you're giving them the directions.
Yes.
All right.
And if anything blows up, they blow up, and we don't.
Okay. And all of them, I mean, you sense you'd get it's going to take all of them. It looks like it's a very heavy lid. So all the skeletons?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Got it. Okay. So you've got the 6,
5.
and they all, 5, sorry. You got the 5 over there, and they all start pushing. And right as they start to push, all of a sudden, you hear a noise from above, and a spear comes straight down, but comes right between 2 of the skeletons missing. And they just, being skeletons, they just continue to push and slowly push it open, and it kind of comes crashing down to the side. You see sort of dust sort of fly from the opening, and it's hard to see for a second, but then it settles, and nothing. I mean, you have to go up and look. There they stand. They're blocking it, and they've got the sarcophagus open.
I tell them to reach in and pull out a handful of whatever they can, a bony handful of whatever's inside.
Right. So they reach in, and they all pull out, and each one of them is holding a piece of bone. Like, one guy's got a skull, one guy's got a femur, one guy's got a hand. They seem to be grabbing, and then, as they're pulling it, you can hear cracking as they are grabbing stuff. They seem to be showing you pieces of a skeleton. And on one of them,
discombobulating some body that was in there.
And the good news is, on one of them, as he's pulling up this arm, you notice dangling from it is some jewelry, which, Pugsley, you would notice looks to be, at least from a distance, pretty valuable.
I call one of the skeletons over and I say, Dandy, you are a handsome, handsome halfling, but I need your mirror.
Okay.
And I give the mirror to the skeleton, have the skeleton walk back over to the sarcophagus and hold it in such a way that we can look in and see down, if that's possible, from the distance in which we are and the size of the mirror. Does that make sense?
It does. I mean,
Okay.
with proper use of the light sources you're using and angle and getting in a right location, you're going to eventually direct them to scan where you'll eventually be able to get a scan of the inside of the sarcophagus.
No, move over
Yeah.
there. No, too much.
Yeah, it takes a while. Yeah. I mean, 5 more carrion crawlers come in the interim, but eventually you do get a good scan. So what you see is as best you can tell, piecing the pieces together, you see just the remnants now of a crumbling skeleton. And you do see jewelry sitting in there. It looks like it was perhaps adorning this skeleton. And that's all you see. Crumbling skeleton and lots of jewelry that appears to be on this skeleton. And it looks, it appears to be pretty valuable jewelry as best you can tell.
All right, I tell them to each bring as much jewelry as they can gather over
Don't
to
be
us.
careful. Some of them gems may be breakable.
Okay.
Right.
All right. They they're able to they bring it over, and it looks, Pugsley, you are able to confirm that this is pretty valuable jewelry. Looks old, pretty valuable jewelry. Jewelry befitting perhaps of a king. I'd be lying if I didn't say you didn't seem a little disappointed.
Pugsley, remind me again, what was the mark? Was there any specific item or any specific thing that was rumored to be here that we're looking for, other than valuables in general?
I don't think there was. I don't remember
Yeah,
there being anything specific.
Right, we're just tomb raiding.
Just
What when you got the map?
Yeah, the
So
map.
you would know that map up and down.
Jewelry and an arcane tome. Much magic and jewelry and an arcane tome.
oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of jewelry.
And a
There's a lot of gold.
tomb trooper
That's it.
dropper.
I
Well, we might need to do some further investigating in this room too.
I cast detect magic.
Got it.
That should be the area of effect should be enough to cover.
What is? Yeah. Can I get the area effect on that? What's the area effect on?
a path? A 10 feet broad path, 6 feet long.
Oh, okay, 10 foot. Oh, so right. So you can basically scan. You walk around, and you can. So it's the range is you kind of scan. Yeah. So it would do the room. So yeah. All right. You do that, and no, nothing. You're not getting any. Your detect magic comes up with nothing.
Perhaps another charge from the detect secret doors and traps wand.
Can I move that? Is that kind of a move it around scan type of thing, or is that a
You
pick
point.
an area
You
and
point.
shoot it
If
at
it's a wand and secret door, you actually point at the thing.
You can walk it like a dog, kind of, though, can't you? I mean, you can walk
in
with
the
it,
normal
right?
one, but if I recall, because I read it again later, but I'll look that up while you guys figure out what you want to do. The secret door and trap detection.
It's
Yeah.
the wand, a secret door, and trap detection.
So it has effective radius of 15 feet for secret door location. When the wand is energized, it will point and pulse to whichever thing it's to locate if secret door is within the location range. So, yes, if it's in the range, it will find it of 15 feet.
How long does it last? Do we know?
It just does it for one. The charge, basically anything within radius of 15 feet, it will point towards the secret door there.
Oh, so it does it immediately there. So you can't walk
Correct.
around with a glow stick.
It's whatever is within 15 feet of it, it will find.
Okay. Is this? I don't remember if you said, is the sarcophagus up on is it raised up a little bit off the ground on a dais or anything like that?
No, it's not. It seems to be flush to the floor.
Okay. Well, I'm thinking maybe to check the sarcophagus area for traps, or not for traps, but for secret door.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
We got
Before
4
we get into
charges
that,
left, so we could.
I'm going to have LCN make sure that the skeletons are disarmed and that they are now gathering up as much coin and treasure as they can, kind of scooping it up together in one pile so that when they turn back out of my service, they'll be unarmed.
Got it.
Except
have
with coins, I guess.
At least a few hours, right?
And Pugsley,
Yeah.
you remain similarly unimpressed, particularly with the sarcophagus. You're like, wow.
Yeah.
What kind of
This is what I
sarcophagus?
died for.
Right? Exactly. You're like, this is a sarcophagus for a king. You're unimpressed.
Yeah, this might be a lower servant. This might be someone that's not the king.
So you guys, I think the next thing you said you were going to search.
Yeah, I want to use the wand on the sarcophagus and see if there's maybe a hidden door to
To the better
the
sarcophagus.
real
And
stuff.
And I'm going to elf the room.
Got it.
I'll
So-
halfling my ripple.
Half elf the room. So, wait, someone's drinking Ripple wine? Is that
That's
right?
me.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So I can tell you all of the efforts described are unsuccessful. So the wand, which of course doesn't fail, does not pick up any, and I think you have to pick, but you were doing secret doors. No secret doors, and Eslian, you as well. Pick up nothing. Nothing in the room, nothing in the sarcophagus. You get no reads.
Well, gather up the treasure and put it into Big Mouth. And
Would it do any good for me to also search, or have we assumed everybody searches?
I think with the wand, the wand pretty much has given you your answer.
But they didn't search for traps or anything, did
They did not search for traps. They were searching for secret doors.
I guess if there was a trap in the sarcophagus, it would have gone off.
There was
It did
one.
when they
but she
first
did
got
spear.
there.
Yeah. It doesn't mean there's
Got
not
that spear
more.
down, but
yeah, so this is a false. This is a false tomb. I think this is
you're
not
probably right.
Stonefist. So I say we go somewhere else, perhaps where the double doors, the flaming double doors, that might be. A greater point of interest. So I'm trying to
Why
say.
don't we go back to that first passage that turned to the west, that ended where we thought maybe was close to those doors, and maybe search there for secret doors?
Okay. Yeah. Right. That's
the,
close to
the
where the double
maintenance
doors
tunnel
were.
for the trap.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna make. Is that so? Back to like the intersection. Wait. So you're heading back down. And
Yeah,
tell me again.
gathering up putting all the coin and treasure and gems into Big Mouth. Leaving the skeletons, taking their weapons, leaving them alone. Because I'm sure the turn has already worn off.
So far, you're okay. I mean, they seem to be obedient to you.
Yeah, that's right. It's for 24 hours. Okay. I was thinking. All right, yeah. So we'll keep them.
Yeah, bring him along.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So they're up front, leading us.
Well, that would be a little
to-
hard. You're going to have to.
Yeah, direct
so
them,
you'll-
right. So they'll follow
Yeah.
behind us. Right,
Okay.
and so we'll go back to that passage in which Dandy was describing the maintenance tunnel to the flame trap. So back towards the east, north, and then to that first passage that goes to the west that has the sheer wall.
Yep.
Okay, so you're heading back that way, and I should note as you're heading back that way, Eslian, you're as you get to the basically remember. So you came south, and it came to an end, and it went to the left and to the right, and you went to the right, and you came all the way down here. When you get back to that passageway that you came down south and could go left or right, and you went right, you get your half elf sense tingles a bit right at that intersection there. That may be something to the south. You get an elf sense.
Okay. Do we see anything down? So we came to the west at this intersection, and the map does not show anything to the east.
It does not. But there is something to the east.
How far can we see down that passageway?
You can see all the way to the end. It looks like probably like about 60 feet down. It comes to an end. It's not a sheer wall. It looks like they just decided to stop. They were excavating and stopped.
Okay.
And so your elf sense, if you look at your map, you're now in that corner there, right on the bottom right, that corner.
Yeah.
And your half elf sense is sort of tingling there at the bottom of that.
All right. I will go ahead and see if I can find a door there, and if not, I will relay that information. Well, I'll relay all that information anyway, and ask Pugsley to use another charge if I cannot locate this door.
Okay. Actually, you can. You start looking, and you find what appears to be a secret door right on the southern portion of that wall at that intersection.
All right, I will outline that and show the
traps.
thieves that this is here. Step back with my holy symbol at the ready and ask them to do their thing again.
Okay. Pugsley and Dandy do their thing, and Pugsley and Dandy, each of you believe it is not trapped.
Okay, does it appear to be locked?
It appears that you would get us Eslian would know how to open this door. She understands what kind of secret door this is and how it would be opened.
Aslan does. The cleric?
Eslian. Yes, the half elf.
Oh, the half elf. Okay. Well, then I will go ahead and do that.
Okay. So, Eslian, since it's a sliding kind of door, you slide it, you see a little mechanism, you slide it, and again, sort of a rush of pressurized air comes out, musky smell, and you shine the light down there, and this passageway goes to the south. So you are off the map, essentially, that you had. It descends about 30 feet down, and you see then it heads to the west. So it would be to your right as you're looking down.
And the same dimensions, about 10 feet or about 5 feet wide by 10 feet high.
Correct.
Scan the ceiling for more carrion crawlers.
They've been up there the whole time. It's just this one got tired.
Yes. You look up and you see 50 carrion crawlers. Just the whole ceiling is crawling with them. But they're minding their own business.
So we'll just back into marching order and say, I think this might be the way to go.
Did you say this basically is paralleling the hallway we just came out of?
You would get the sense that, and certainly you would get the sense that then when it goes west, it does appear to parallel the passageway you had just come from.
All right, let's head down it.
Okay. So you shine the bullseye lantern down there, and it goes as far as the bullseye lantern can see. And as you slowly march and march and march, you notice that it seems to be shining into a room. Pugsley, you would estimate at about the same distance as that other chamber, which you believe may have been a false chamber, at about the same location. So if you were on that map and looking at it, you think it opens into a room, basically would be almost right underneath, right south of that, quote, Ye Tomb proper, which you think was not Ye Tomb proper.
And there's a door in front of it as well.
There is. It opens without a door, so you see into the room. Yep, it's actually unlike the room above, Ye Proper Tomb. or ye improper tomb, you notice there is no door to this. As you get close enough, you notice that there appears to be a door directly opposite the opening to the room.
I'll send one of the skeletons in before we go in. I just,
Yeah.
point. Since they're in our service, and I was mistaken, I'll make sure they do have their swords with them
Okay.
Okay.
so that they can fight with those. So I send one of them in to be the to set off any and all traps, and that'll
Door
give
kicker.
us four. That'll give us 4 skeletons as fodder.
Well, he walks all the way to the door that you can see. You are. I'm saying you're not at the entranceway of this room. You know it's a room. You're going down this hallway. You see that the room expands. And there's a door in front of you. You send the skeleton forward. He runs into the door, and nothing happens to him. And you guys are about 15 or 20 feet away from the door.
Okay.
So he kind of walks into the door and and that's what he does.
His legs are still moving.
Yeah, so we come in behind and look into the room.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So as you walk into this room, what you see, so this room is about 25 feet north-south, so exact same dimensions as the Ye tomb proper you had been in, 20 feet east-west. But there's other stuff unlike the other room. What you see here is you see a throne on the north wall. And sitting on this throne is a man-sized creature with long, sharp nails and black, wild hair flowing down to its shoulders. Obviously, an undead creature of some sort. You also notice standing 2 on either side of this throne are 4 man-sized creatures in plate mail with shields and long swords. And that is everything you see.
This might be time.
Do they react when we come in?
Go ahead,
Yeah, I mean,
James.
as soon as Pugsley and then Dandy walk in, the creature sitting on the throne leers at you all and begins to rise and extend his claws, and it looks like it has an insatiable hunger for what the life force that you possess. And so it's initiative.
I got slow.
So, okay. So we're in the box. Actually, Billy, it was simultaneous last round, correct? Or was it Craig who rolled? I think it was, I forgot who was.
It was
Billy, okay. So, Billy, you're in the box. You see, just to recap, there's some creature that's on the throne, is rising. There are 4 man-sized creatures in plate mail, and they seem to start to shamble. There's a skeleton stuck at the door and the rest of your party's behind you.
Sorry, one question. The plate mail fellows, are they also at the north wall?
Yes.
Next to
There are 2 on either side of the throne that he's at.
Right.
I will shoot one of the plate mail guys with +1 arrows.
Okay.
Yeah. Did they animate
Yes,
as well?
they seem to be
The
moving.
Plate mail. Okay.
Yep, and but their movements, basically, whereas the creature in the middle is rising up and moving towards you at basically a normal pace, the creatures in the plate mail are slow. They're basically starting to animate and are moving, but they'll definitely be behind this creature that was on the chair.
Hold back and let me slow this fell beast and his minions.
All right. Well,
Sounds like a good
so
idea.
so first, Dandy's going to shoot, then Mildred is going to try to cast slow. Is that correct?
That's right.
And then Elsian and the Skellies, what are they doing?
I'm turning undead.
Okay. Sounds.
Do I recognize this as a white
What level are you? Oh.
4th? And according to my background, I have come across.
Yes,
I've read
you
2 books.
definitely you slept in a Holiday Inn, and you feel like that you would know this as a white, a creature
Okay.
that drains the life force of others.
Oh,
And so moving. So you're going to try to attempt to turn the undead, correct? Okay, and
Yes.
then you.
Focus on the white first, and then I guess next round on the skeletons or zombies, whatever they may be.
I mean, again, it's kind of dark. You know, you're just kind of peering in real quick. Your focus is on the creature that's coming off, so that would be the one you'd probably be most interested in. And Pugsley, what are
Yes.
you doing?
I'm going to just stay out of the room and try and hit something with my sling.
Okay, so unfortunately, now he got some hit points back where you allowed him to be fully recovered because he was in the front in the original marching order. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not fully recovered, but I'm.
Yeah, so
mobile
you
again.
were in the front with Dandy. So you're in the room at this point. You're in the front. Dandy's moved up.
Oh, then I'm gonna back out of the room if I can, so he can get his spell off.
It may be a little bit of a struggle because right now behind you is Mildred and they're all moving forward to do stuff, and you can move to the left and inside the room away from the creatures. That would be really anything else you're going to be.
That's where I
Yeah.
am.
I'm not going forward. I'm taking a step back out of the room. So
Okay.
I'm standing just.
All right. Well,
next to the room, because
depending.
the room.
Okay, well, based on Mildred's action, so Dandy's moved to the left. If you guys lose initiative, then they may get a chance to hit you. If you win initiative, then clearly you move back because Elsian's going to try to turn the white and anything else.
Yeah, let the spell go off first, but I'm not sure if that's going to work. Well, I would probably know that slow is not going to affect a white. I don't think slow. Well, that would be a hold. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
I don't think there's anything in the player's handbook or the Dungeon Master's Guide that suggests that or if there is.
Well, hold does. What he's saying is hold doesn't work on them, but not necessarily slow. I'm gonna allow it because it doesn't say it specifically, but he's right that.
Yeah, if it's.
It says in the Master Manual, I suppose, because I looked at both the player's handbook and the Dungeon Master's Guide.
Oh, you looked in the Dungeon Master's Guide? That's a violation.
Whoa!
That's a violation.
I'm gonna get out of the range of the
That's
meteor
right.
strike.
Rocks fall. Yeah, I'm going to allow it this time. I'm sure somewhere on Dragon's Foot, but if it was a hold, it definitely wouldn't work. But the slow, I'm going to allow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so it's initiative. Billy, you're still in the box. I rolled the 3 for them.
I rolled a
All right,
4.
you guys got it. So Billy, you get your shot against the.
Did you say the white was moving much faster than
Yes.
the other guys? Can I shoot him
Sure.
instead? Okay. All right, there's a 6, and there's a 14, which hits armor class
hit.
4. Okay. With an arrow plus 1, that is 6 plus 1.
Wow, nice
7.
shot. So you strike him. He's kind of like those zombie movies where you hit him and but he takes the shot and is going to continue to move forward. Mildred, you cast your slow spell in the so basically you fill up the entire the area of effect is 40 by 40, so it's actually bigger than the room. So I guess you cast it inside the room. Is that correct?
Right, I cast it inside the room. having backed out is far enough not to be affected myself.
Yeah, so give me an intelligence check, because again, you're kind of doing this on the fly.
Yeah, I roll a 4.
Okay, yeah, you easily figure out, you put it towards the corner of the room, and this is your personal spell. This you cast it yourself. It wasn't a scroll, correct? Okay.
Correct.
So the creatures seem to be moving even slower now.
But not the
All of
white.
them are. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
They definitely are slower. So, Elsian, you get your turn at this point.
Okay, focusing on the white
Okay.
first. Hopefully, I get something decent. Oh, an 18.
All right. Well, guess you definitely. So I have to decide if he's going to be positively in favor of you guys or negatively in favor. Let's see what I roll again. He's just neutral to you. I rolled a 0-0. I'm like, oh, another 0-0-0. No. So he stops in his tracks and just kind of upset, frustrated with, really, I got to listen to you, and the power of crazy deities compel me. It's kind of sucky. So,
yeah, and I command him to sit back down.
all right, he kind of begrudgingly goes, but life force tastes so tasty. Can I just have 1 or 2 levels before you guys go? That'd be great. Would you?
Could you at least take this arrow out of me?
So what exactly was our mission here?
Loot.
Well,
Yep. Loot the tomb.
We don't need to kill the white or
Well, you don't
anything?
know that. I mean, you're here to loot.
Well, I mean,
As far as the direct objective,
as
no.
per our instructions and premise for this mission.
Oh yeah, you guys, you're tomb raiders. It's all about the coin.
Well,
Yeah. So now that you've made the 4 zombies and plate mail slowed, which basically they attack like now once every 2 rounds last, I'm going to just adjudicate that they are not going to. You defeat them. Actually, Elson, make a D20. Let's see if you turn them, because you.
Esslin should take notes. I mean, this is good stuff here. You know, maybe a sketch for her book.
no, a 2.
First-hand interview with the white.
Yes, you should interview the white. What's it like being
Don't
the
you
white?
turn them automatically? I'm sorry. Don't you turn?
Zombies. Oh, 4th level. Yeah.
Okay,
I
roll
do.
roll a
They turn
D12
automatically.
then. See how many zombies you get.
Only 2.
Okay, so 2 of them. They're neutral as well. So you take out the other 2. I'm not going to waste time doing that. You killed the 2 zombies, and the other 2 and the white are neutral to you all. So you've told the white to sit down, and the 2.
Can he speak, or can I communicate with the white?
He,
Probably
Can you tell
not.
us where the treasure is?
if he can speak, he chooses not to.
Okay.
And remember, so there was a door, that the skeleton had walked up against.
Right.
Oh, okay.
We also, before I forget it, we also have. Didn't one of us have speak with dead?
Yes. I don't know if that will work with a white, because it's
Might not
undead.
work with the white, but it might work with the guy whose sarcophagus we broke into.
Right, and I thought about that, but I didn't want to go back up.
No, fine.
He
Already
might
down
not
here.
know where this treasure is either.
So, and so Eslian, you would probably know this, and not that Eslian would know how I play this, but Eslian would probably know that Speak with Dead will work with undead. It's a bit of a broken signal.
Okay.
You can try it. It's not a great signal,
I'm
but
not
you
gonna
can have
waste it.
some type of communication.
Yeah, I think that this next room behind this door is probably what we were looking for. So I can't compel the zombies or the white to do anything. They're just kind of neutral to me right now.
To you. So, I mean, you're basically still kind of. You have to
Right.
stand between them, or else they see the rest of them as dinner. Well, so.
I will tell them I only have a few minutes left to get
Can you
that door
take
open.
them to some room and lock the door or anything? Or close the door?
There's
Put him in the
not-
portable hole.
We gotta be
Right,
able to
but
get the
there's no
treasure
door.
out of the hole, man.
And then when we get outside in the daylight or something, let him out and maybe it'll hurt the white. I don't know. Take him to church and let him out in church.
Put him
You
in
go
the
make
big
him
mouth,
stand in
huh?
the fire.
There you go.
Well, he won't last very long. The turn doesn't last very long. Only a couple minutes, up to 12 minutes total. So we only have a few minutes. What I will do, I will compel them to move out of the room.
Okay.
And stand in the hallway, and I will stand at the doorway holding the symbol in between the undead and the tomb raiders as they work on the door.
All right.
So we're gonna have to fight him at some point here.
So it's you and the 5 skeletons and the entranceway. The zombies, the 2 zombies, and the white have moved out of the room and they're in the hallway. Basically, is that correct?
Yes, and somebody work on the door. Somebody check out the throne.
I'll work on the door.
Okay.
I'll check
Who's
it
out?
For
Is that,
traps.
that Pugsley, I assume? Or Dandy?
Dandy.
Dandy,
Dandy's
sorry.
doing the door. I'll do the throne.
Dandy's okay. So, Dandy, you don't find any traps on the door. There is a handle. The throne, you don't discover any traps on the throne.
Okay.
Should we switch?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So you
I'll
switch.
check the throne.
Okay.
Yeah, you switch, and just to let you know, the door opens inward toward you. Yeah, you both agree with each other's decisions. You don't find any traps on either throne or door, either of you.
Do we want to try and go through the door then, or do we want to try and take care of this white and the ghouls before we move on?
Oh, they're ghouls now? Great. I like it. Oh.
Gas.
Zombies.
Misheard.
Dang it.
If somebody opens the door, I can cover it with my bow in case there's something on the other side that we need to shoot.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can do that, but we're going to have to deal with these other guys here, aren't we? I don't know how long.
Yeah.
I can use my bay.
If I can't turn them again, then we do.
Oh, that's true. You can try and turn it. Okay, yeah, whatever you guys want to do. I mean, I can open the door and you can be ready with your bow.
Or should we pick the zombies off while they're still turned, and then all we have to do is deal with the white?
I can automatically turn the zombies,
Okay, that's no problem.
and we could use the skeletons to fight them. So,
Yeah, I'm kind of more a fan of getting rid of the white before we open a door, and there could be more stuff that we can't control.
Do you need magic weapon to hurt a white? Because I've only got 2+1 arrows left.
yes,
Okay.
I think you need at least a +1 or
I've got
silver.
a sword, but
Yeah, I got a sword too, but
I don't want to get that close to him.
either.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely tell they're getting agitated by standing out there.
How about fire? Does fire hurt a white?
Ooh, I got
I've got
2
oil.
flasks of oil.
I throw 2 flasks of oil at the white.
Are they lit or unlit?
Well, I was going to light it after I
Okay.
threw it. Or not light it, but, you know,
He found
light
that
the-
Zippo, remember?
That's right. He's got a Zippo.
Do these things have, like, a fuse?
No, they're just, I mean, the normal flasks of oil are just like that unless you prepare them for throwing. Because then they would be, you know, a big freaking mess everywhere as you walked around.
What should I do, guys? Should I throw them at the white and then try to light it? Or
Then
should I
throw-
try to rig something up to light it and then throw it?
I would say, yeah, go the Molotov cocktail route.
Yeah.
That's always one of
Alright.
my favorite moves.
I've got a cloak. I cut up a few strips and shove them in the end of the flask, however Molotov cocktail works in this game, and try to light the white up.
All right, well, you have to make a... So if you chuck it, Elsian knows that will break the turn at that point. It will come to...
From what I understand, he has the thing turned, not us. We can attack it all
You
we
could,
want.
but
I mean,
not...
I'm not trying to tell you.
I think it's kind of a party deal. I think it's a party deal on both accounts.
Well,
actually.
what you're also is you are in his area that he's very interested in, and any provoke the turn will break at that point. That's good.
Okay, guys, should I do it?
Go for it.
I think so. We're going to have to deal with it at some point.
All right. Well, so I'll let you throw the first one without initiative, since he's basically being held at bay. But then after that, then it's normal combat at this point. And I'm going to say, well, how close do you want to be? Because it's throwing projectile.
I don't. How close are they if I don't leave the room?
They're about 20 feet away.
Yeah, they're out in
Yes.
the hallway. We're
Correct.
in the room. So you could throw it over my shoulder, or however you do it. Or stand out in front of me and then get back behind me after you
I'll
throw
stand
it.
out in front just a little bit to knock off that range modifier.
Yeah, you'd have to be within 10 feet to not have a negative. So it depends how close you want to be.
I'll take a negative
2.
That's a minus
Yep,
2,
for
right?
for between 10 and 20 feet, correct.
Well, I got
plus
a plus 3 to hit, so maybe that'll.
Yeah, your dex. That'll help.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm 20
Okay,
feet away.
I'm sorry. Someone had a question. Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
No, they just mentioned he gets a dex bonus.
Absolutely. So so you light it and you're going to chuck it, and you've prepared it so that it's going to get a minus when it strikes the white, assuming you hit it. So roll a d20.
It's 18 plus 3 minus 2.
Oh, so you rolled an
20,
18? Oh,
yeah.
yeah, you definitely hit him. Okay, great. So he roll a 2d6.
6
Okay.
plus 1, or 6 and 1.
7. Okay, so you see the white catch on fire. He's not very happy about that. And now it's initiative. So actually, he's going to move forward. The zombies, actually, you haven't done anything to them, so they're going to stay where they're at. But
And he's still slow.
yes, at this point, currently, well, actually no, because you guys had searched and done a couple of things. So it's basically happening at the same time.
Okay. Okay.
So it's initiative. I think you guys won, right, last time. So Billy, you're still in the box,
Yeah.
right? Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you've just chucked the thing. What do you do now?
I'm going to check the other one.
Yeah. This time, good news. It'll be short range. Bad news is if he gets to you, he may be able to attack. So that's.
Oh, let's hope
Elsian,
get
what are
that
you doing?
I'm going to prepare a holy water to smash into the white's
Okay.
face.
Martin, what are you doing?
Well, just one question. Where are the skeletons?
They are behind Elsian.
They're just
I know.
behind me in the room, and I'm facing the hallway.
I charge the white with my.
Look at that. I love it. And Pugsley?
She's crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna
No.
draw my +1 short sword pokey and move up to attack it.
You guys are awesome. All right, here we go. Initiative. I rolled a 4. Billy, it's on you. 5. You guys got it. Congratulations. All right, PC. All right, so make your attack.
Okay. 19
Well,
plus
that hits.
3.
Okay, so you double douse him. Give me another 2d6 damage.
Nice.
That is an
All right.
8.
He's double on fire now. And from the last round, okay. All right. He's screaming and screeching. This is like Lord of the Rings. You guys are just all attacking. This is great.
Yeah. And he's like Denethor.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Let's see. So, Mildred, go ahead. Make your attack with your... You're muted.
You're muted, Marvin.
I still want Mildred to hit and
There's
finish.
Oh, definitely miss.
Oh.
All right, you, Elsie, you want to throw... You unstop her the holy water, and you want to throw it at the creature? So
Yeah, I'm gonna douse the fire with some
and
holy water. A different kind
and
of
you're holy fire. Okay, so you're moving. How close are you getting to the creature?
within melee, I guess, close enough to where I could get a
So that would be
shot
within
in.
that'd
I
be
don't
within
have
10
a
feet. Basically,
bonus.
you'd be just right near Dandy. So
Well, you know what? I'm going to stay just out of melee.
then now you're just behind
So
just
it hits
behind
me
Dandy.
first.
Then that's
Yes.
okay.
I don't have
worry.
to run faster than the white. I just have to run faster
Exactly.
than Andy.
There you go.
Roll your attack.
So I roll to hit. Oh, terrible. A 6 with my splashing
Okay, so
water.
roll a D8 and a D6 for me.
D8, D6. All right, the 8 is a 7, and the 6 is a 5.
Okay, so you throw it way past him to the left, about 5 feet past him. It hits the wall and splashes over there.
Okay.
It's a carrion
That's right.
crawler.
It's a carrion crawler. All right, Pugsley, you're up.
So, by moving up to Malia, are we keeping it in the
Well,
fire?
he's on fire. Dandy struck twice.
Okay, so he's gonna
Yeah,
keep
I
her.
mean, and you're charging if you want to attack this round because you had to basically race from the room past the skeletons and make an attack. But you do get +2 to hit. The downside is you get -1 to your armor, whatever, or minus your dex, and
I'm just gonna move up. I'm not gonna make it into attack range.
okay,
this
so you
turn.
move up. All right, so next round you'd be able to do that. All right, so the creature is very unhappy with the halfling bomb thrower, and is going to attack it.
Oh, bring it on.
What,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, from it's a little battery. It's a little life battery that he wants to charge off of. So
Don't assume my
exactly.
gender.
So what?
That's right. It's hard to tell. Dwarves.
You know, he's a halfling.
He's a halfling.
Oh, sorry. The half.
So
was the
what's your
half.
armor class, Dandy?
-73.
That's good. That'll
Nice.
3.
It's 3.
That's
That was
that's
a
pretty good.
typo.
Ooh, that's never good. It's
Ooh. What? Ow. Got a pink
Nice
eye.
pink die.
guys.
Well, so you feel you
Pink
see
die.
him latch onto the halfling. He's feeling better about himself. You get to decide which level you lose. I'll let you decide, right? Because you're a fighter thief.
I'll lose the
Okay.
level.
So
Sophie's
so
choice.
you take 2 points. Roll a d6.
Oh gosh.
Take the thief.
Did you roll a d6?
I rolled
Okay.
a 6.
What's your con bonus? Do you have a con bonus? Do you have a Constitution bonus?
+2. I have a 16 con, so
Yeah.
it's
So
+2,
you
I
lost.
assume.
So you lost permanently 4 points of hit points, and you just lost 2 from the attack.
Is he on fire?
No, he's not on fire. We're not that cruel.
We stop at level
That's right.
drain.
We stop at level drain. Okay, so it's so now you see poor Dandy valiantly coming up to strike the white, and the white is now just grabbed the halfling and is biting it, and you hear him scream in agony.
Help.
Yeah, help, help, help! I'm on fire, baby. All right, so it's initiative.
My hair.
So-
my hair.
So Dandy, you're
Don't touch the face. Don't
you're in the
touch face.
clutchings of a white. What do you do? All because your friends, just remember, they had a chance to move up. They're like, details. We'll stay in the back.
I didn't stay in the back. I charged.
That's true. Don't insult Mildred.
It's only a 5-foot wide hallway. I mean, I probably can't even get past them.
We're not forgetting the skeletons, right? They get to
Well,
attack as
it's
well,
up to Elsie, and she moved up. It's going to be a little difficult in this passageway, which is 10 feet. You already got 4 people in front. I would probably allow one to kind of move up.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
actually
we're going to have to move
5
out of the
feet,
way.
5 feet wide.
Oh, it's 5 feet wide. I'm sorry. Yeah, so that's not going to happen. It's barely enough room there. So I'm just going to say it's initiative at this point. You guys are in melee. The skeletons are in the back. So Billy, you're still in the box. Are you attacking?
Claire.
Yes, I would like to attack with my +1 short sword.
Sounds good. Next is I have on here Brian.
I'm going to turn again. That'll stop him from attacking.
Well, you get
Hopefully.
the sense that may be problematic at this point, just from the fact that
Right.
you've all made an attack on him, and he's on
fire.
fire, and it's very clear you're just feeding his mission. So you could try, but it would be at a penalty. You really have to do well.
Well, okay. I'll just attack with the mace then, if I can swing over the tall fellow's
Yeah,
head,
that shouldn't be a problem.
if there's room.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mildred.
I attack with my +1
Excellent.
stuff.
And after allowing the halfling to be life drained because you're too cowardly to attack, what does Pugsley do now?
Wow. Is there even room for me to get past them?
It's
Man.
James, these are patrons.
oh, that's true.
Okay?
Yeah, I forgot. Who's,
Let's not forget who's
that's
the
right.
client
Exactly. Well, I'm giving them the sense of disappointment. That's all.
I've already died once.
Yeah.
What else do you want from me?
A level drain. That's what we want. No, okay.
But can I?
It
get
would be
past
very
them?
hard at
Can
this
I
point
attack
with 5 feet.
them?
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be hard. There's 3 attacking. It would be hard to. You'd have to use some type of missile weapon, which would also be problematic.
Yeah. So I guess I'll just
Okay.
hold the fort here and.
Yeah. Watch our rear guard.
Yeah.
If they come through that door.
All right. The white rolled a 2.
And we rolled a 3.
All right, you guys got it. So, Dandy, you got struck. You get to attack with your short sword.
Okay. That is a 10. Hit armor class 8.
Okay, you unfortunately missed, if that's with all your bonuses.
That is with
All
my
right.
bonus.
Does being on fire act as like an impromptu fairy fire
No,
spell?
not quite. That would be. That's good. I like
Just
it. I
checking.
like it. That's.
Just check.
I like that a lot. Not that much. Yeah. Not
Not
enough.
enough.
And is he still taking
Yeah,
burn
I'm
damage?
rolling it. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, Mildred, with your sling, staff. Excuse me.
At 13, I'm not sure what I hit.
13 with your -2 and a +1 is a miss, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Just kind of waving it around.
All right, so you're
Just hold
gonna.
it still and hope the white walks
You.
into it.
That's right. Wait, accidentally walked into
Sorry,
the staff.
I should just roll under his dex to see if he hits your staff, as opposed to.
Yeah, a really low roll. Yeah, that's right.
Brian, what were you doing? You're gonna try to turn again?
No, I'm going to
Okay.
crush the white skull with bones.
Bones.
Let's see. I think I missed. I hit armor class 6.
You have a +1 to hit. You added that in.
Yeah, I rolled a 10 and I've got a +2
Okay.
mace. So 12 total.
12, and what's your 4th level?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I hit armor class 6. I think he's
He's
better than that.
one better. Yep, that's a miss. Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah.
So
that was
so
it.
as you strike and you see the creature about to strike again, poor Dandy, you see him scream in pain from the fire. It starts consuming and he collapses, burning from the burning damage.
Sweet.
Nice.
That's it.
And Mildred hits.
And then finally Mildred, by putting the staff down, hits. It does.
The death blow.
What about the zombies?
They're just standing there.
They're neutral. They're still neutral.
Yeah, they're wearing plate mail, and it's going to be hard to get through that.
Yeah. I'd back into the chamber again.
Okay. All right. So is everyone heading back into the chamber?
Yeah, and leave the skeletons as a barrier between the between us and the zombies.
Okay. Done. So there you stand in the room. You've got a throne on the north wall, and you've got a door. Both have been checked. Both appear to be trapless.
All right, you want me to open the door, Dandy, and you be ready to shoot down it?
Sure.
Okay. So when you go to open the door, you can just tell it's
You can just tell he's frozen.
not. Who's,
You were
am I
for a
frozen?
second.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So you notice that when you try to open the door, it's not budging at all. Not in the sense that this is a stuck door, but almost like that door to the very entranceway to this whole place. You get the sense
Oh.
it's magically barred because it's not moving at all.
I cast with my knock scroll.
You're going to use your knock scroll, you said?
Well, we could. I suppose we could check it on the throne if there's some sort of mechanism that would allow us to. That's an old trick, isn't it? I'll go up and start poking around the throne and see if there are any moving parts or anything that could be.
Okay.
twisted
poke-
open.
You poke around the throne and you don't find any parts or levers that you think would be some sort of trigger mechanism. And note too, you search this for traps, both Dandy and Pugsley, and they can both confirm that they did not find anything which seemed to be any sort of mechanism. It's certainly not like a mechanical mechanism.
Can we check the white and see if he's got like anything on him that might be useful?
Sure.
He's done burning.
Sure. Yeah, right. So it's
Left.
yeah, a little hot. So yeah, you poke around the ashes and the remnants, and no, there's no no key, anything like that. Nothing.
Okay.
Just ashes.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to use the knock spell.
Yeah, short of just pounding on the thing, which may or
Yeah.
may not work.
And so I will
If
cast
somebody answers,
Bless.
Okay, you got this. So James, we got a bless spell being cast.
A knock
Right,
spell.
So that,
Bless and knock.
Oh,
Right?
bless and knock. Okay.
yeah,
I
I'm
take
going
a
to
sip
cast
of
Bless,
local.
and then knock. I guess Martin or
Yeah.
Mildred use knock to open
Yeah.
up the door, but I want to make sure we have our bonuses before we go into melee.
Okay.
Okay.
Anybody else doing anything as prep work? No?
Got my
I don't
bow
know.
and
I'm gonna
arrows.
have my sling out and be ready to.
Got it. Okay, so Mildred starts casting this knock spell, and you see sort of light shoot from her finger, and it envelops this door, and you hear slowly the door starts to shake, slowly starts to open, and it opens about 4 feet. And again, as always, sort of a rush of pressurized air. The door is open. Who's looking?
I'll just shine the light in there, bullseye
Okay.
lantern.
So what you notice, Eslian, is you notice this a 5 feet passageway continues only for about 5 more feet. So it's just like a little 5 feet passageway, and the light shines into what appears to be, you'd sense about a 25-foot round room. And you would notice that even from a distance that the floor appears to be made of dirt. And you also would notice with your bullseye lantern that lying against the west side appears to be something laying on the ground. It's not moving, and it's hard to tell what it is, but there's something laying on the ground.
Like some sort of creature?
Yeah, human sized. Maybe it's kind of corpse-like. It's not moving. Looks like it's pretty old. I mean, to get a better idea, you'd have to get probably a little closer. I mean, you could go into that little 5-foot passageway. You don't see anything in that little 5-foot passageway.
I'd like to check that passageway for traps.
Sure. So you check the passageway for traps, and you don't find any traps. You would notice then, as you were checking it out, because the bullseye lantern is shining into that room, it looks to you, what you're seeing is laying on the ground is like a moldering corpse with sort of bandages sort of wrapped around it.
Oh no.
Mummy.
It's the demon mummy, guys.
Master Wolf. Go first.
Well, I'm gonna pull out the scroll and speak with dead. Let's see. Yeah, I have a speak with dead. I guess twice, and it's at 16th level.
All right. Well, when you try, as now, who's in the little hallway, the little 5-foot hallway, and who's in the room?
I think I'm probably still in the room.
Right.
I'm in the hallway because I was checking it for traps.
Yeah. So Elsie and since Dandy didn't find, or not Dandy, but Pugsley didn't find any traps, I went back in, and then Pugsley's behind me in the hall. He's in the hallway. I'm in the little small room with the corpse.
Yeah. So whoever's in the room now, as you prepare to get your scroll out, and this corpse, it begins to rise. So anyone who can see that needs to make a saving throw versus magic.
Okay.
I would imagine I can see that from the hallway, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Pretty much anything within 60 feet must make a saving throw.
So that's versus spells.
Right. And Mildred, you can save at +2.
Okay.
I was
Elsie-
covering everyone with a bow. Do I need to roll?
If you are within 60 feet of the creature, you have to make a saving throw.
How long
rolled
is the
a-
hallway?
If you
5 feet.
it's 5 feet, the little hallway there.
And
Yeah,
how
it's
big
5
is
by
the
5.
room?
Yeah.
The round room?
Yeah, it's the round room, then there's 5 feet, and then there's the room that had the white in it that you got, and the throne.
How big is the round room?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 25 feet in diameter.
Oh, I'm probably closer than 60 foot,
Yeah.
even if I'm in the other room.
Yes.
I got a 17 on my save.
Okay.
I got a 5.
Yeah, that's not good.
I also got a 17.
Okay. Mildred?
Yeah, with the +2, I just barely make the save.
Okay, so what happens, Dandy, while you were looking around in your bow, you take a quick glimpse, and maybe after being drained by the white, your aversion to undead compels you, and you turn around. Actually, you become rigid with fright, and you're terrified. And
Super.
while this is happening, you also notice that to the north and south of the door are these, lying there are these zombies that appear to be of ogres, and they begin to move, and now it's initiative. So
we got 4 zombie ogres.
2 zombie ogres. I'm sorry.
2 zombie ogres and a mummy, possibly.
Yeah, some creature in the
Oh boy.
thing. So
The devil mummy.
so Billy, even though your character's terrorized, you still are in the box. So I'm going to say your action is to stay paralyzed with fear. Brian, what are you doing?
Well, I'm pulling out that scroll, and since it started to move and I felt this fear, I am going to cast Raise Dead at this mummy.
All
see
right.
if it has any effect on it.
Okay, you're going to, as a scroll, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you're casting Raise Dead off the scroll. Mildred, what are you doing?
I stand back and I think I'm still in the chamber with the throne, right? Just
Yes.
to make it,
Yeah, you're
the
right
chamber-
there. You're pretty close to Billy's character, somewhat. Yeah.
Yes. So there's that chamber, and then there's the door leading to a 5-foot wide corridor that goes how far?
And well, it basically looks like. Hold on, I'll make this. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Stop that. Basically looks like. Where is it? Sorry about that. Okay, I'm gonna make this easy for you all because I think it's a little challenging at this point. So. All right, cool. And save, and yes, and close. And because I want to make sure. Okay, where'd it go? Awesome.
It's like the live stream version of flipping and turning.
It is flipping and turning.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, okay, here it is. I don't know why it's taking so long.
No hurry.
It's like, is it working? Oh, that's awesome. I'm so glad I took a shot of something that didn't work. That's 4 hours later. Let's try this again. I don't know if it's because I'm trying to do 15 things at once with this computer. It's probably not the best idea. All right, let's try that again. All right, let's see if it's... Oh, there we go. That's what it looks like.
Oh, cool.
Right.
That was worth the wait. Good job.
That was awesome.
Yeah, isn't it?
Excellent. I'll just back
I was expecting
up.
like a hand-drawn thing, but graph lines and everything.
Yeah,
I'll
so
just back
you all are
right
in
to-
15. Dandy and Mildred are in 14, from what you all
Yeah,
told
so-
me.
I'll just back up just 1 square north of the door in room 14. Just backing off a bit.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so and Pugsley, what are you doing? You there, Pugsley? We lost him. Craig, you there?
I see his icon, but I can't hear him.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button.
What are you gonna do?
I'm going to draw my short sword and move up in front of Aethering, so nothing can get. Hopefully, nothing can mess up her scroll or anything.
Okay, great. So it is
Attack anything if it comes close enough, but
sounds good. And Billy, remember this number 3, and every round count down to it for me.
Okay.
And so I rolled initiative. I rolled 6. You get to go, Billy.
4.
4. Okay. So the creature's 1. The creature will move forward. You're standing at the back. It's not going to charge or anything, so it is moving towards you. The giant zombie ogres they will attack last. So, And so you get a chance to cast. You're basically defending Elsian, correct, Pugsley?
Yeah.
Okay. So blah 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 blah. Okay, so you are now trying to cast your spell. Is that correct, Elsian?
Yes, from a scroll.
All right.
Raise dead at the.
All right. So
Corpse.
Dan, you want to make the saving throw, or are you? You're muted.
Yeah, sure. You asked me to do a roll?
Yeah,
Save
make it.
roll?
Yep, saving throw.
20, yeah, sure. A 1.
A 1. Okay, so
Wow.
that's what. So what happens is the Elsian, in her knowledge of necromancy and all ways the undead, casts, and the creature starts shuddering and falls to the ground. Its wrappings start falling off of it, and it's starting to gyrate and violently, almost have this fit. That's what you see. You also notice at that point that the other two creatures stop. The ogres, they don't move anymore. That's what you see at this point.
I turn them if they're not doing anything and we have actions.
Yep.
I give Pugsley's shoulder a little squeeze and thank you for the protection, and then use my holy symbol to turn the ogre's zombies to my service or whatever reaction they may have.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna let Dan take over now. So, what you notice after they are neutral to you. They don't seem to be moving towards you, or they don't feel compelled, but they are not doing anything at this point. And after a couple of minutes, you see what appears to be a man in tattered bandages lying on the floor 20 feet or so away from you in the corner, or in the room.
James, is he out? What's his condition? So I just want your ruling on that.
I'm going to say he's unconscious at this point.
He's would he be a resurrected dead?
Yeah, he's basically a weakened human at this point.
He would be what he was though. So he's a
Well, you see, yeah, up to.
So he's been raised basically.
Right.
Is that
exactly.
right? Okay. All right. Yeah, you got a guy.
System shock. Holy cow.
Oh, would you need a system shock?
Well, it
on
doesn't
that?
say that, but you could do that if you'd like.
All right, let's see.
Well, that's what the
I
saving
like
throw
that.
was. But go ahead.
Wasn't this the bad guy?
You don't know. What is
Did y'all just raise
what is truly
a second evil
what is
bad
truly
guy we
bad?
have to
What is
kill?
true evil? What is evil?
It's all relative.
Yeah, but I think an unconscious, newly resurrected human is better than a mummy.
Yeah.
Possibly, depending on what the guy was.
True.
So yeah, okay. So you've got this
Do you want
guy.
some more ideas?
He's kind of coming. So there's an unconscious dude in the corner, and I should let you know. So what are you gonna do? You got an unconscious guy in the corner, laying
Fine.
there.
I'm gonna run over there and put my short sword to his throat.
Well, is he sickly? Does he look like he's got rotting disease?
Yes.
Put a mask
Something
on.
Yes,
may
He
catch.
does. He does. So yes, he looks like he's rotted. He's pretty hideous.
So there's
Yeah.
a chance that we could contract this, but I think he needs to be bound, even though he's weak. And I guess we'll start communicating with him.
So he's all right. So he slowly starts coming to, and he's like, "You've brought me back. Excellent, excellent.
Who are you, foul man?
Who am I?
What is
Ah.
your name?
You shall all be rewarded quite handsomely. Let us go. Let us proceed.
Tell me your name.
I am Stonefist, and you shall be richly rewarded. Let us proceed. Let us return me to my throne, and you shall sit at my sides as the warriors. And he looks particularly at Mildred when he says this and kind of looks askance. Yes, the warriors that you are. Let us go. And he tries to get up, and he's like, damn, I'm awake. Can somebody help me up, please?
Well,
A little
you're
help.
right. One thing, we will be handsomely rich, that's for sure. But
Oh, gosh.
regarding the other parts of your... No, I don't think any of that will happen.
What's
Yeah, I
your-
got my short sword.
Well,
in
we're
my
not
throat.
confused.
Too
You've
hasty,
raised.
guys.
You've raised me. This is some cruel joke. You've raised me. Well, you raised
Yeah,
me
It
to
was a
kill
cruel-
me.
It was a cruel joke. Sorry.
I like you even more than before. You definitely will sit by my side. You are going to love this. This is going to be amazing. Let us proceed. You do know that I am, in fact, the rightful claimant to the throne. I am Stonefist. Wait, what year is it? Is there still a hold of Stonefist?
576.
Whoa. Is there still a hold of Stonefist?
Is there? Yes.
There's-
Excellent. Then I am the rightful claimant to the throne. Let us proceed to Vlakstad. There's still
I'll go with
Vlakstad,
you.
right? That's me, Vlak.
Let's go.
Help me up.
I help him up.
Okay, and he
Well, he's
sees his
terrified.
hand.
Oh, you still terrified?
Yeah, no, he's not terrified anymore.
Okay.
And he sees his hand, and he's like, "Oh my God, what is? I remember that bastard son of mine bit me. He's here. On the way out, we kill him. Let's go."
Okay, let's go.
Okay. So you take his and
Is your son really tall?
he was about 5'6", 5'7", which is about average for these times. At least 100 years ago, people get taller as the time goes by.
Nutrition's much better.
Pugsley.
That's right.
Pugsley, you notice as you're standing there. I need to make sure everyone's still alive. I get lost here. Everyone's alive,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Pugsley, no one's unconscious. Pugsley, you sense your dwarven sense is tingling. You can sense underneath you there seems to be some sort of shifting wall or stone underneath the ground. Remember, this is a dirt floor. Let's go. Take me out. It's been a long time. Lead me out. I think I will have a memory of this place, and I will remember where my son is. He's near the entrance. We must kill him on the way out. He'll always be a threat. Don't raise him. He's a threat to the throne. Let's go.
We
I
did
step
tie him up,
forward.
right?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Mildred.
But we did tie him up, right?
Yeah,
thought
he's
so.
bound.
That's why I need help up.
The studious will explain that she is a powerful priestess and that he can be cured. We have the ability to cure your disease. However, we have not come for you. You may, in time, take your throne back. For now, let's go sit in this throne. Takes him back into room 14, and let's bind him to that throne so that he can't do anything and move. Maybe stuff something in his mouth if he keeps screaming. And then go and search room 15 for whatever's shifting underneath the floor.
Okay. Before you stuff that in my mouth,
We'll get it off the zombie.
my understanding is you're here to loot. Is that correct?
Yep.
Of course.
We are the Tomb Raiders.
That's quite correct, sir.
I encourage you to do some research on me at some point. You will learn my background. You will learn that we are kindred spirits. And if I can reclaim the hold of Stonefist and have you at my side, I think this would be a partnership well suited to somebody of your interests. I have spoken.
I'm in.
All right, what are you going to do?
Yeah, authoritarian governments, it seem like, no, that's not Miller style. No, I'm not. Help me out.
I'll stuff that thing in his mouth. You have spoken.
Be
Wait,
gentle,
for now.
guys.
Won't
He's my
he
new
be
best
taking
friend.
down a current government?
When you stick it in his
Get back
mouth,
his seat?
he winks at you.
Whoa.
He's into that sort of thing.
I am in favor of overthrowing the current government. I just don't want to set up another one.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, what are you doing? I guess you can decide that later. What are you doing?
Yeah, let's
Let's dig
go
up this
back
treasure.
in room 15 and
Treasure.
see what
Yeah,
these
find out what we
shifting
can find.
walls are about.
Yeah, so Pugsley, you can sense the sense you're getting that right in the center of that room, somewhere below that dirt, your sense is a shifting piece of stone.
Okay, is it something like we're going to need to clear some dirt off to access it?
Yeah, you'd have to. You get to. You'd probably have to start doing some digging.
Well, we got some skeletons. Can they do some?
Right.
can they dig?
Well,
Yes.
before these, can I turn these zombie ogres? I know they're neutral to me now, but can I continue to attempt to turn them into my service?
No, they're good. My ruling would be they can't be any better. It's just like if you failed, you can't get a better outcome. You can only get a worse outcome.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna
Take them out to dinner. And...
yeah.
That's
I'm gonna
right.
take them out into the hallway with the other zombies, so they're like out of our
Yeah.
way.
Okay.
And stand watch with the holy symbol and send the skeletons in to dig
Okay.
to room 15. Yeah.
Got it. All right. So they get down on all fours and like dogs, and they're digging and digging and digging, and
These
yet
are the
eventually
smartest
start hearing-
skeletons we've ever had. They're pretty impressive. They're good.
They are. So you start hearing
You got a
scraping.
pretty impressive cleric.
You do have an impressive cleric. She gives very specific directions, which is very important. So you are scraping and scraping. All of a sudden you hear scraping, kind of bone on some sort of
They
stone.
have no more fingers
event-
anymore because they've scraped onto stone. They're like
Yeah, that's
nubs.
right.
They got little nubs
And it's
now.
really, yeah, and it's awful. It's like on a chalkboard. It's a terrible sound. But it uncovers. It appears to be looks like a stone door, trap door. So it's not much. It's like about like a little, probably like about a 5 foot by 5 foot little stone door.
All right, let's check it for traps.
Okay. So Dandy, Pugsley, you both check it, and in your opinion, it is not trapped.
All right, let's open her up.
Yeah, and you see there is you notice a mechanism there that it would lift open. You open it up, and again, whoosh, old air comes rushing out, and if you put your light there, you see a shaft that goes down. It looks like it goes down about 20 feet, and it seems to then come to a room down below. Now, it's hard for you to tell because it's just a 5-foot shaft. So all you see is that it comes down to a room. It looks like, if you could climb down the shaft, you could then easily just jump down onto the stone floor, but it's about 20 feet down, and you don't notice anything on the floor. But that's all you see is a little 5-foot area down there.
Okay.
And no ladder, I suppose.
And I'm sorry, there is no ladder.
Is there something to tie a rope to up here?
There is nothing, I think, in that room. You would have to use something, find something. Nothing in the room.
How about like a skeleton femur that we could tie it to and hang it across the trapdoor,
How
Oh.
wide?
the opening,
Yeah, it'd have to be. You need
That's
something.
a big
I'm not,
bone.
or
Mhm.
just the whole skeleton, have it lay across there?
There would be risk there, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, you've got 50 feet of rope. I've got 25 feet of rope. We can tie
Yeah.
it together and tie it to the throne in the other room.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd probably work.
That's probably not a. Are these 10-foot squares?
5
They're
foot.
5-foot squares.
It must be nice.
5, 10.
So you may make it. Hang on, where's the
30.
You're
Yeah, that would
close.
be 50. That'd be about a 5 or 10-foot drop.
Do we have a third rope?
But we have a thief that will that can climb walls.
yes?
Yeah, I mean, I can get down there. I was assuming that you all wanted to come down.
And if I like the idea of putting something across as a brace, we do have Mildred's +1 staff, which might be able to bear our weight since it is
Yeah.
magical. But I don't know if Mildred would want to give that up.
Well,
It just-
you buy me another one. If he has breaks.
Just to let you know, that rope would easily make it. As a matter, yeah, the 250 feet would easily make it from that throne all the way down.
Well, we use rope. Well, I believe. I mean, not to make it harder for us, but
Yeah, where's your rope?
I believe Dandy cut
Yeah.
up some of his rope, and we use some of that rope to. Well,
Tie
we use
up
that
the-
rope to bind the doors.
Yeah, and tie up the other
back
guy.
at the,
Yeah,
and,
stone-
and to tie up Stonefist.
Right.
So we might only have 50 feet of
Yeah.
rope right now.
I think my rope's probably been used up by now.
Yeah.
If we used it to tie that guy up.
But it is so for Dandy and for Pugsley the Thieves, you do notice that it is still out of living rock, that shaft down there. So, you know, it's not going to be terribly difficult to climb. I mean, you need to roll, of course, but
What about could we spike in on the inside of the shaft and tie a rope to that?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I got spikes.
Oh yeah,
I can,
oh yeah.
let's
If
do
we have
that.
spikes, then we could just do it right there at the top of
Yeah,
like this
just-
pit.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that.
Okay.
Okay, did I give somebody spikes?
Well, I got some when you said we could have
Perfect.
whatever within reason. I figured those were
Those are
reasonable.
definitely reasonable. So yeah, okay, so yep. So yeah, you're hammering, and of course as you're hammering, you know, it's sort of echoing throughout
that's
the
right.
play. Yeah, exactly. And you can kind of hear it. Now the echoing doesn't seem to be going too far. So particularly Pugsley the dwarf would get a sense that it's not like the passage below continues very far. It kind of echoes kind of back pretty quickly. But so yeah, so
Okay.
you've got a rope tied.
All right. Well, I'll go down first.
Okay, is that Pugsley speaking, or is that
Yes.
Pugsley? Okay,
Well,
All right.
first, why don't we lower the lantern down first? So we'll have light as we go down.
Or
Okay.
drop a torch.
okay.
well,
so
the
you're gonna-
torch could catch something on fire, and the lantern would be a little bit more contained.
Yeah.
so what are you gonna do? You gonna do the lantern?
Well, what's the floor look like at the bottom of the shaft? Can we
It
see
looks
this
like
rock?
it looks like a stone floor, like everything else, other than this floor, which is dirt.
Yeah, I think we could just drop a torch down. I mean,
Yeah.
we can light another one.
Right.
It,
Okay, let's do that.
it goes out. I think it might not go up if you drop it.
Okay. All right. So all right, you toss a torch in there. So who's throwing the torch? Just give me a d20 to see if by chance it knocks against somebody and goes out. You just don't want to roll low on your d20.
Okay, I'll drop it down there.
Okay.
Got a 15.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, you throw it down there, hits down, and it's laying there and it is still flaming.
Okay, I'll slide down there before so I can
Okay.
pick it up.
Okay, all right. So you slide down the rope, that's no problem for you, and what you see is a 20-foot round room, basically matching the shape of the room up above in
Okay.
shape and size. You see against the east wall, you don't see any opening though. Against the east wall is a statue. Looks to be of a king in his prime. And it seems to be a better looking statue of the dude who you just stuck on the
Okay.
throne and stuck without a rotting disease.
Like, yeah, pre-disease.
A pre-diseased Stonefist, decked out in plate mail and sumptuous robes, and in the center of his forehead shines a beautiful blue gem, very sizable. In his right hand, the statue is clutching a jeweled scepter. Against the other wall, the west wall, you see a stone box, on the top of which sits a skull that appears to be made of some kind of crystal. And that is all
Uh-oh.
you
Indiana
see.
Jones copyright.
Two Maharas. Touch,
All right,
touch the
come on
skull.
down,
Come on,
guys.
touch the skull. Go.
I climb down.
All right,
Sounds
you're
sweet.
down. All right, you're down.
Now, is it actual plate mail and robes, or just carving to look like plate mail and robes?
Oh yeah, no. So it actually is. It looks to be like actual plate mail.
Oh, okay.
You could undo. Looks like plate mail. You know, maybe he wore beautiful gold plate mail.
Nice.
Yeah, and a jeweled scepter. Appears to be a real scepter. It's not part of the statue. It's attached to the statue. It's a real scepter.
Okay.
All right, you got it. So yeah, so you pilfered that, and you got the gem. I assume you're gonna pop that gem.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Pop the gem, and you got it.
I'll die.
Nice big gem.
Come on,
Nothing.
I take
The
scepter.
walls are not starting to close. And, you know, it's not a trash compactor. So there you stand. The only thing left then is you got
Nestle,
this.
you gonna get the plate?
Yeah, the plate mail armor.
Yeah, got it. You got this.
Detect magic on that skull.
Okay. All right.
Well, I'm not going to do it. I'm just Mildred can do that if she still has
sorry.
that spell available.
No, I only had one memorized.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. So what are you gonna do? So is everyone down there now?
I don't
Yes.
know. Did Dandy come down? Okay.
Well, Mildred's still up front with the. I think she ought to stay guarding against the undead.
You mean
Yeah, I
Nestle?
think we should leave one person up top.
Yeah, so she's going to stay with her holy symbol out and her mace,
Okay.
just in case Stonefist gets free or the undead do
Okay.
something.
Oh, okay.
Reasonable.
Okay. All right.
Well,
so
we'll
then
get
it's
the plate mail for you.
so it's the three of you then, I guess, right? And the stone box. What you gonna do?
Can I check that area for traps? The box?
Yeah, sure. Who's that? Is that Pugsley or Dandy?
Pugsley.
Pugsley. Yeah, sure, Pugsley.
Without touching anything, if possible.
You got it. So Pugsley, you search around that box, and not only do your thief skills tell you this, but your dwarven skills tell you this. You get the sense that this stone box could be shifted, and there might be something underneath it. But other than that, you do not sense any traps on the
Okay.
stone chest itself.
Well, should we push it?
I stand back.
I'll help. push.
Where are those damn skeletons?
Wait, can we use your staff to push it?
Sure. I handle my stuff.
If I can, if it'll work, so I don't have to be right on top of it.
Okay, yeah, and it's just to let you know, yeah, so this is a pretty sizable stone box. This stone box, it says box, it's probably more chestish. It's probably about 10 feet
Whoa.
long by like about 5 feet wide. It's pretty sizable.
Okay. Do I find a mechanism that would open it?
You
Or
do
do
not.
I feel like it's a push thing?
You feel like it's a push thing.
Okay, I'm guessing I'm probably gonna not be able to push it by myself, but I'll give it a try with the staff and see if I can.
Oh, with the staff? Oh, I got it. You don't want to touch it, is the
Right.
point. Yeah.
Back in case.
All right, give me an
Something
open
happen.
doors roll. So give me a D6 roll. It's gonna be
Okay.
tough. And don't roll 6 because then I'm going to make you do a
I
save
got a
on
4.
that. A 4. Okay, it's going to take more effort.
I'll
More
help
than
push.
Pushing. All right.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
actually touch it too.
I gotcha.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
probably will too, just because I imagine I can push better that way than.
Okay, so you guys. All right. So you're both pushing. So somebody give me an open. I'll modify this, of course, but one of the two of you give me an open doors roll, a D6 roll.
You want to do it, Dandy?
I rolled a 6.
You're like, now you can, open doors rolls, you can keep trying, of course. So it takes longer. It's a bit noisy. You're down there longer.
There's 1.
Oh.
Okay, finally. Third time is a
time's
charm. Third time you push that thing up, yes, and you notice, it budges, and you notice that it shows an opening under. What's your light source at this point? Who's got the light source? Is it the lantern?
We got a torch.
Torch,
down
that's
here.
right. Torch down there. So you don't. So unless you're gonna, get closer to that, all you know is that basically you've seen it's opened up some sort of hole underneath. Looks like about a 10-foot wide hole. You would think.
So they push they haven't opened the box yet, right?
They've not opened the
Okay.
box. It was very, very heavy. They finally were able to push that thing and open this hole.
Well, can I hold the torch over the opening? See, does that help see down in there at all?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so you take the torch and you show it over there. And
Yep.
James, I think
Yep.
this is
so
you.
when Pugsley opens the torch, lights the torch and peers in, you'll see a 10-foot wide hole will be revealed. I mean, you can see you've cracked it open. It took all your effort to move this very heavy box, but you notice the hole itself is 10 foot wide. And as Pugsley peers into the darkness in the hole, he sees what appears to be a whispery shadow of a creature down there that leaps out of the hole, and all of a sudden, it's time for initiative.
Damn it! Where's the clear?
And can I mention something too, James? Right as that was happening too, you also notice right at the same time, down at the bottom, a big, thick
Yes.
book. But I'll hand it
Yep,
over
that's
to
right.
James.
There's as you.
And drop the torch down the hole.
That's right. So okay, so it's initiative. So I have I have Brian in the box. So, but you're up on the top.
Yep.
What is your action?
Right, and I'm still holding
Okay.
action. I'm still holding action, and unless I hear a disturbance, and might be needed.
Okay. The
So my
Marty, what's your action? Martin?
I charge the shadowy creature while screaming, "Get down here, priest! Now we need your help."
Okay. Craig? Pugsley?
I'm gonna try and hit it with my short sword, my magic weapon.
Okay.
so
And then Dandy?
with the pointy end.
I also attack with my short sword, this magic.
Okay, so here's my roll. The creature got a 2. Brian, what'd you? Okay,
5.
so you guys got it.
Nice.
All right, so Martin's the Mildred screams come down, but you get your attack roll a d20.
Yes.
And this creature is basically, you can't see it, but you saw a little wisp of something, and you attempted to swing in its general area, and you missed. Pugsley, you're next.
Okay. I got a 17 on my roll plus 1 for the sword, so 18.
And what level are you? 5th level thief?
5th, yeah.
18. You hit.
It'll be a 1 armor class.
You hit. So
Okay.
roll your damage.
Is it?
It's normal
Medium
normal
or large?
size. Medium.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. It's large. I apologize.
Oh, it's large. Oh, I don't know if that's good or bad.
What are you attacking with?
My
That's
short sword plus 1.
D8
so
plus 1 then.
8 damage, including
Ooh,
the plus 1.
so I don't know. You feel some ectoplasm or something you hit. It kind of slows through it as you hit it. You take a good hit. Dandy?
That is an 18 plus 1, 19. I hit armor class -1.
All right, that's a hit.
Nice.
And you said this large?
Yes.
Sweet. That is 7 plus 1, 8
Ooh,
points
that's
of damage.
another substantial hit. Okay, so one and it's either so let me see what's going to attack. 1 to 3. So Pugsley, unfortunately for you, it's attacking you.
Oh.
What's your armor class?
Okay. 4.
Ooh, it strikes with a 15. So you get to roll 4d4.
Oh boy. 1, 3, 2,
So you take what 8 points or damage or something like that.
Yep, I'm unconscious again.
So you see Pugsley fall down unconscious. So now it's initiative. So Estlin, you're climbing down the hole at this point.
Yes, using the rope. I'll command the skeletons to protect the king.
Okay.
And I go
He
down
seems
the hole.
pleased by that. He kind of nods.
Guard the king, not protect him.
All right.
We'll kill him later.
my first.
All right. So initiative. Same actions, right? You're all doing the same thing, except Brian's character.
Yes.
I'm just gonna lay here.
Craig's character is just going to lay. He's going to play dead. All right. So I rolled the 5.
4.
All right. So that's now the monsters one. So all right. So what happens is well, can you before you go, can you roll 4d4? He took off. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
unfortunately for Pugsley, this creature seems only interested in attacking him, Pugsley.
I rolled 9
You rolled 9?
on 4d4.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I don't know what he was at, but I think if he was unconscious, that's at least -1, so now he's at -10. So unfortunately, you see Pugsley's this whirlwind keeps assaulting Pugsley, and Pugsley does not move anymore, and the creature seems to dissipate.
Well, he died doing what he loved.
Yeah.
Right?
He
Yeah, so that's gone.
So he's at minus
Yes.
10? Okay.
So you
All right.
you drop down and you see the creature rendering this whirlwind of dust and shadow, and you see Pugsley's character, which is on the ground, seems to be taking blows and stops moving, and then the area dissipates.
Do I recognize this as an undead creature?
Make a wisdom check.
Okay. 10 out of 17.
This is not a undead that you are familiar with. You don't think it's undead. It may have been
Okay.
some type of enchantment, not an undead. It's not necromancy.
Shadow.
So
Okay.
Pugsley, unfortunately for you,
Sorry.
the whatever that creature was that you unleashed when you opened, even though you fell down, it continued to assault your character until it was not alive.
Oh.
Don't we got to roll for divine intervention?
That's up to you, Dan.
Yeah.
Sure. Because we're ready.
Yeah, all right. Let him
you can
roll.
Sure. Just roll like Dan, so this thing will never end.
Yeah, maybe you want me to roll.
I don't think he wants to go to work.
Roll a
He doesn't want to go to work, so yeah, roll percentile.
I mean, if like a giant scorpion can, I should
That's
be
right.
able to, right?
Well, you'll get a nice bet.
22.
Well, I'm sorry. That's close.
Yeah.
Well,
As we said, you died doing what you love, my friend.
Yes.
You're headed to. I don't know what plane it is.
Screaming in pain.
We still have another.
Screaming in pain.
That's such a negative way to look at it, Dandy.
Ow. Right
Gosh,
side. Right
right.
side.
All right. So, you're Tomb Raider. So what if one of you guys died? Whatever. There you are. You've got a stone, big stone chest. That's all that's left.
And there's a book in the bottom of this 10-foot pit.
Oh, and the book at the bottom.
Did this creature go
Yes.
away?
Yes.
Well, you don't.
Where'd it go?
It dissipated.
You don't know. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is it too late to disbelieve?
Is that Pugsley? Does Pugsley say that?
Yeah.
Who was that? When will this nightmare end? You're not waking up,
loot the
Pugsley.
body.
You're waking up.
Can you raise him?
I want to loot the body.
Dad, do you have another spell? I guess you can take his body back. You wasted that spell on Stonefist.
Yeah, that was I was on a scroll.
You only had one of them.
And only
But
had
you
it
can
once.
Ah, okay.
Dan,
Back,
Dave.
right? James, they can take his body back.
of course they can. That's up to them.
Got a portable hole, just throw me in there.
Exactly.
Right.
Who said that?
So,
I don't know.
I hear a voice.
Well, that was Pugsley, but I said I was going to loot his body.
That's
First thing I was going to take was a portable hole.
It's my
We could
spirit.
just throw everything in there.
your spirit. It's either your spirit or their conscience, or a little bit of both. So what are you gonna do? You've got a dead Pugsley, and you got a big chest,
And a book at the bottom of a hole.
and a book. Sorry, and a book.
How far down? How far down to that book?
10
Not
feet.
far, like 10 feet.
So the rope
I'm sorry, it's 10 foot
through the
wide.
sewer-
It's only a couple of feet down.
Oh, okay. So we could just hop down there.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Well, Mildred will go check out the tome, and I guess our other two maybe check out this stone box, or we do it all together.
I'll check
Wait
out the
till I get
box.
back.
Okay. All right. I'll just tell you. You open that stone box. There's no problem. It opens, and you find in that stone box what looks like 30 gold ingots. Just this is a fortune.
Hey guys, I found 20 gold ingots.
And was it Mildred looking at the tome, I believe?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, Mildred, it is like bedazzled. It's got like gem encrusted cover, which just seems just the cover alone seems worth thousands of gold pieces. And you can just sense this looks like a magical tome. You don't know exactly what it is. You'd have to identify it, but it looks like a magical tome of some kind.
Was this a preteen girls from the '90s book with all the bedazzle on it?
Yes.
Exactly, the bedazzler. And there's there's a strange magical device down there too. It says bedazzler. You don't know what it is.
Hey, Halfling, I think it's best if you start.
You're
checking-
welcome, Cyrus.
see if you can comprehend what's written in this book. I hand the tome over to
Can I
Danny.
read? I've got
Okay.
a 0% chance of reading languages.
And I'll just we'll cut to the chase here because at 124, yeah, you would ultimately be able to identify that as a book of infinite spells. So, but let me James, if I can now sort of lay out the options that are in front of this party because I think they're significant. You have Stonefist up there. Stonefist has, I feel like it's a game show. Stonefist has offered you to return to the hold of Stonefist to reclaim the throne. And it is still the hold of Stonefist. And so there's certainly a chance that, it's his heirs that are on that throne and they may welcome him back. Or you can kill him, take the money. The choice, and I know Mildred has already indicated she's not interested, but
I'm open.
Why can't we take the money and go with them?
Stonefist absolutely wants you to do that, but he wants to say, look, this is mine. You have to understand, I will take most of this, but gentlemen, this is a fortune. And if you stay with me, you will help me rule the hold of Stonefist. We will raid into other lands. You will become so much more wealthy with my support and my power. You will end up being far more wealthy, far more famous than if you simply take this money. And Mildred, I appreciate your desire to undo governments. And guess what, Mildred? We shall. We certainly shall.
Well, you have me there. I'm on.
You're easy. Okay, is it? What do you guys? You guys accepting that?
I'll go with Stonefist.
All right, we got 2 Stonefists.
Two
I
pro-
think
Yeah.
we're waiting from Eslian. Is that right?
Chaotic neutral, yeah. She's in for it as long as she gets her some of her perks of the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons version of a printing press and someone to help write her books.
Oh,
I just hope we can fix Pugsley.
and the chance to continue learning about undead.
Oh, I'm sure you get plenty of opportunities to learn about undead.
Eslian, you shall be chief cleric of the Hold of Stonefist. Of course. And just to be clear, of course you can't trust me entirely, and I can't trust you. This is going to be a wonderful relationship. And he laughs. So are we off?
I will give him my last drink of healing potion so that he's strong enough to make the journey.
Excellent.
To show that's my token of trust.
Excellent. So, ladies and gentlemen, you make your way back through the Griff Mountains. He's like thrilled. He's horrific looking, mind you.
Yeah, he looks like the mummy when the guy came back and he hadn't been healed yet.
Yes.
Yeah, he's like,
So,
he's got
you
his
make
mouth
your-
is like,
Right, exactly. So you walk in to Vlekstad, named after him, the capital of the Hold of Stonefist, and you present yourself to the
One
person.
second.
I'm sorry?
Can't we get him healed first? Maybe get those warts and leprosy or whatever it is of him.
Yeah, make sure that he is more presentable.
Yeah, if we were running with this horse, we should make the horse look as good as possible.
Excellent idea. Well played. So, James, I assume there's some magics out there with all their money that they would be able to make us stop
cure
somewhere and-
disease. Yeah, I'm sure there's
And
places.
Can we get Pugsley resurrected, even though he's a dwarf? I think a raised dead would work for him.
Yeah,
right?
it does.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just not elves and half-orcs, right? Yeah, all right. You're very noble. All right, so Pugsley is back. Okay. So Pugsley and the Tomb Raiders with Stonefist, he cleans up well. So you're going to re-enter, right? You're going to re-enter Vlekstad. Stonefist was going to declare himself the ruler of Stonefist again, which he will have to say, of course, to the current master of the Hold, his most grim and terrible might, an ancestor. So, James, I'm thinking reaction roll time. What do
Right,
you
that's
think?
exactly what I was going to say, because we're way over, and I want to be
Right.
respectful of people's
Oh, no,
times.
yes, of course.
We'll do a reaction roll. We'll give him plus 30% because it is the original malevolent lord. And so if you get an enthusiastic reaction, he abdicates. Everything that you guys wanted happens. If it's if it's a negative reaction, then we'll make a 50-50 that everything works out, or you all die horribly.
You're instantly killed.
Right.
Because you're a threat to the throne.
Right, exactly.
I think this is going one way or the other.
Right,
You
exactly.
want me to roll?
It's
Well,
a big decision.
now
Dandy.
I was going to say while we were getting him healed up and all of the time that we were spending in hiding, we were buying men at arms, and
You're coming with an army.
we were coming in with mercenaries.
There you
Well,
Sure.
I mean, if you make too much of a thing, then people, it's going to be. I mean, you want to take them by surprise because.
Right. If we were going to be secret, we were going to be a secret small force.
Yeah, because if
So we'll
people find out the original Stonefist was coming back, certainly the heirs would marshal their forces, which I don't think you'd want to do.
Well, we'll just
Maybe
do
they
it.
should just join us.
we'll do a quick roll for combat. We'll just do these as easy rolls if that happens, right?
Right.
But so we should start with a reaction.
Let's see what the reaction roll is. Yeah.
Because this may go well. So this is a big decision.
I'll give it a plus 19. So plus 20. I'll give it plus 20. So if it lets you roll, so the worst that could happen is hostile immediate action. It won't be so. Someone make their percentage roll.
77.
So there you go, 97. So that's enthusiastic. Yes, immediate acceptance. He realizes finally this is what happens. Go ahead.
Yes, they see who it is. They are all in awe. They cannot believe it. He immediately renounces the throne to Stonefist. He becomes master of the hold again. It is a stunning turn of events. He is true to his word. He likes you guys. You sit by his side. You get different positions of honor. You are Eslian. Yes, you are the chief cleric of the hold of Stonefist. Obviously, you've got the two thieves are jointly operating the Thieves Guild and are operating all sort of affairs like that. And Mildred, you are, of course, the sorcerer extraordinaire who sits by his side, much like Merlin. And yes, Mildred, there is wars in the neighboring realms where you topple governments, creating anarchy. You love it.
Wonderful.
Congratulations, gentlemen.
You.
But over time, unfortunately for you, individually you grow apart, your power grows, and eventually each of you become. He betrays you and he makes you one of these. That's what eventually he does.
Yeah. But that's down the road.
That's way down the road.
That's like 20 years from now.
Yeah,
I stand behind the cleric.
That's later. That was what he did to his son, by the way.
Oh yeah, and that was his son on the way out, which he would have. Yes, that's what he did to his son, as you would see. His son his son was plotting against him, and so the dad tricked him, had him put on this amulet, which when he dies turns him into a mummy. He then kills the son, who turns into a mummy, and he then hammers him to the wall. That was the North. When you did the augury spell, you would have found his son. That's a Jennell Jaquays drawing, one of my favorites. You would have found him nailed there, and his wife is trapped in another room in there in a vat. So probably on the way out, he would have gone there and destroyed the mummy, and who knows what he would have done with his wife. So, but yes, there it is.
Awesome.
The end.
Very good.
So thank you so much for playing.
Great game, guys.
Thanks, guys. You guys did great.
What's
Yeah, thank you for
What's the name of the adventure?
Yeah, thank you for hosting.
Sure, you're welcome. Sure. So the adventure, it comes from the Jennell Jaquays book of treasure maps, Judges Guild 1979, and the adventure, it's a series of adventures all dealing with maps, and the name of the adventure is Tomb of Aethering the Damned. We just changed it to Stonefist, of course, since this was Greyhawk Con, to give it a Greyhawk flavor.
Great.
And the idea of the book is that if you give out treasure maps, these are built-in adventures you could plug into your campaign. So done in 1979. So again, thank you so much for those who stuck through 4 hours and 35 minutes of that, watching that. They are the true heroes. Again,
It's the short version.
that's right. No, that was
right. It's a short
GROGTALK
episode.
So had a good time. We really appreciate all our patrons for supporting us. It's because of them that we are allowed to keep this going and defer some of the costs. We have a great time, and we'll be probably doing this again shortly. So on behalf of GROGTALK, I'm James.
And I'm Dan.
And we will see you next time on GROGTALK. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.